Hey, afternoon everybody. How we doing? How are we doing? Hopefully you're better than me. Ah. And I've just seen Harb's message there. He's actually in his hospital bed on morphine and endone, hooked up to a drip. Harb, what on earth's going on? What's the matter with you, mate? Don't know, well, I'd say, hope you're okay. Well, obviously you're not because you're in hospital. Dear, oh dear. I think we had, was it Anthony in first? I think it was Anthony, wasn't it? Colin's in. Hi, Colin. Dave Tipton. He's going to miss the start due to a family function. Well, we'll be here for a while, David, so pop in and say hello before you go to bed. Cyberflora, afternoon, how are you? Mac Vision, afternoon. Robert Head, lovely day in Cambridgeshire. Yeah, it's sort of on and off here. So 1 minute it's cloudy, next minute it's sunny. Don't know what it's doing. Rob Cross, thank you, Rob. Straight in with a super chat. Hope you're well, mate. Anthony, how are you? Multi. Hi, Multi. Timothy's in. Hi, Timothy. Wenlock, even to you, Wenlock. I know it's late for you guys down there, but thanks for joining me. Nick, Petronics, hi Nick. It's a damn sight cooler than last Sunday. Afternoon, Les. Afternoon, Brett. Barry Charney's in. Hi, Barry. Michael's in. Michael, radio still here, Michael. Benji's in. Hi, Benji. Derek Cooper. Hi, Derek. Rob Titheridge. Aston's in. Hi, Aston. Hen. Esquel, beer is the best. I think that's all you ever say, Hen. I still haven't got any. Simon's World. You're in, and the fiance's watching as well. Well, welcome to Simon's fiance. Andy Beck. Hi, Andy. Mark J. Afternoon, Mark. I'll tell you, there's a really annoying fly in here today. So if you see me running around with a bat in a minute, that's why. I've done no more on it, Andy. I've been really bad again this week. Been pretty ill actually. Ended up back at the doctor's, and they put me on some tablets, and they've all gone badly wrong, and I can't get out of them because it's the weekend and all the rest of it. But you know, there you are. So yeah, I've not done hardly anything this week, Andy. Dances with Aardvarks. Good afternoon to you. So if I do start doing a lot of coughing, then my apologies. If it gets too much, then I'll just have to knock it on the head. But I have got this quite annoying cough, shall we say, that I think is a product of some antibiotics they've chucked me on. So I've had to stop taking them for a minute, and I've still got the cough, unfortunately, that they gave me. So not to worry. You look like the Elephant Man. I won't ask why, or what's going on. No worries, Andy. I've got over this COVID, but it's left me in a bit of a mess, to be honest. So I'm still struggling with it now. But there you are. You know, let's not do all the doom and gloom. We're here to fix radios, aren't we? And the more I talk, the more I want to cough, actually. So I'll have to shut up, won't I? That'll be a first. But yeah, today we've got to carry on where we left off last week. Really, I want to get the amplifier done today. Let's just fully mesh this. Yeah, I want to get the amplifier recapped today, and then maybe if we got time, just have a look at yeah, it's fully meshed. Just have a look at starting to repad it, because Michael's decided he wants it repadded, which I think is a great idea. It's a very rare radio, and to get it looking back to how it used to be, it's I think it's a good idea. So fingers crossed. Yeah, fingers crossed for you as well, Harb. Let's hope you get better soon, mate. Plenty of lubrication. It does help, Multi, to be fair. Not necessarily beer, but you know, drinking hot drinks make it worse for some reason. I mean, Les came over yesterday and I was coughing my guts up most of the afternoon. He must have thought what the hell was going on. So, as I say, apologies in advance if it gets too much and it's hacking everybody off as well as me. Then we'll have to pull the plug. But let's see. I've got to shoot off and well, not shoot off. I've got to shoot down to the door in a bit because I've got a little secret prezi coming from Mrs. Cruncher for looking after me. She's had to do everything while I've been out of action. Even like the simplest things I haven't been able to do really, which is a bit strange. It's been a week and a half, so hope it goes soon. You've got this COVID as well, Harb, haven't you? I didn't realise you had hospitalised you, mate. Mick McGinn. Hi, Mick. Yeah, I'm getting there, Mick. It's just one of those things. It's such a downer, really, because you think, you know, I'm tested negative and all the rest. I thought, oh, I'll be back to normal now. Not a chance. And Mrs. Cruncher, when she had it, she was like, you know, a couple of days feeling a bit rough. Then she was up and out of it. As soon as she could, she was back to work. But it's just, you know. Golden staff. I don't know what that means, Harb. I've never heard of that. In the side of the head. Golden staff in the side of the head. Yeah, I don't know what that means, Harb, but it don't sound good, mate. Don't sound good. Anyway, let's have a look at what we've got to play with today. So this is the dreaded amplifier. Now these are absolutely, as you can see, brimming full of capacitors. They got capacitors everywhere, these things. They got capacitors everywhere, and they're not the nicest of capacitors either. We've got an L commode up here, and these two plastic covered ones here are Dallies. So those three are almost certainly not good. Don't forget we had problems with the bass and treble on this, so there is some issues either with the pots, which I haven't investigated yet, or with some of the capacitors on this board. And there's a lot of capacitors on it. There is a lot of capacitors on it, look. Probably one of the reasons why, in my opinion, it's one of the best sounding amps out there, really, because this is the same amp that's in the RP18, which is my favourite sounding Hacker. It's also in the RP30, and it's obviously in this one and the shortwave Herald, and it's in one more. I'm not sure what the other one is, but yeah, this is it's probably quite an expensive board to build because the later ones never had anywhere near as much capacitors. Oh, that could be my my present. Just a sec, I'll be back. I'll be back. Still live.
Hello.
Hi.
Dick.
All right.
Yeah.
Lovely job. Thank you. Well, that is Mrs. Cruncher's present. It's not supposed to be here until Monday, so that's quite nice. Mrs. Cruncher's not in today. She's gone down to see our granddaughter. Well, she's gone up to see our granddaughter in Bridgewater. So she's out for the day. So I'm home alone. Or just me and the doggies. Me and Coco and Maddie. The mad Labradors. Oh, right, okay. Back in the room. Sorry about that. So it's a major infection, Harp. Yeah, I know, Jess. You had it bad as well, didn't you? Keep away from people till you get well. Yeah. Yeah, I've not been out, to be fair. I've not been out, Jess. First time I went out was Tuesday with Mrs. Cruncher to do a bit of shopping, and that was the first time I've really been out at all. So, yeah, whew. Bit short of breath walking up the stairs. Okay, so yeah, this is, oh, thank you, Rob. Thank you, Rob. More caps. I'll tell you, I'm going to need to get some more caps after I finish doing this one. In fact, I don't even know if I've got enough to do this one, but we'll see. We'll see. I can see a problem there straight away, actually. I don't know if you can see that. There's a blob of solder on there. It looks like someone's tried to solder that back on, but that could explain why we've got no tone, because that cap is actually not even connected to the boardlet. That's C14. Just let me have a swig of something to drink. Yeah, never heard of that harp. Never heard of that before, mate. I'll have to look that up later. Golden staff. Sounds like something out of Greek mythology, doesn't it? Let's get the circuit up if I can find it. If I can find it, I've got this weird... No, is that the amplifier? Nope. Neither's that. That looks like it there, okay. Oh, this is doing some weird stuff again. What's going on here? It's deleted my screen capture for some reason. I did put this back on last week, but it's gone again. Let me get my screen capture back. Add input. NDI desktop capture, local desktop capture, display. Okay. I've got to take that, put it there. Right. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here, but my desktop capture had disappeared. So I must remember to save that before I finish. So if I go screen cap now, yeah, okay, that seems to work. Right, okay, here we go then. Let's try it again. So it should be on my screen now. So this is the amplifier. So it's C14, it's saying. That's right over here. So no, that's not. That's just a bit of filtering by the looks of it, straight across the main supply, the battery supply even. So I got my head on top of it. So it's this one here. 100 microfarads straight across, positive and negative rail by the looks of it. So that being disconnected is not going to stop it working, is it? It's just going to maybe make it a little bit noisier than it should be. I don't know. It's only doing a bit of filtering, I think. So that's why it's working still, but obviously that's got to be done. We're just trying to see which ones are the tone control. So we've got RV1 here. No. So the tone controls must come in on one of these pins somewhere. Where do the tone controls come in then? Because definitely got an issue with the tone control. The computer decided to go a bit haywire. Here we go. So treble. is this one on pin. So treble comes in on pin 1, bass comes in on pin 2. You probably can't see that because I'm in the way, but yeah, here's the bass and treble pots coming in on pins 1 and 2. Bass on 1, treble on 2. That's pin 3, pin 5. That's a speaker. Pin 1. See, that's not got an electrolytic attached to that, has it? Now, here's the controls. Here we are. They were all here all along. Components mounted on chassis. So, yeah, so pin 1 was the base. So that's only going to be affected. That might pull it down, I suppose. We've got this 0.47 that's worth checking out if the bass is causing a problem. And this is the treble here. Obviously we've got this capacitor, this one, but this is probably the one that's controlling it. Yeah, okay. But certainly C14 is that one there, which is why it's still working. Anyway, let's crack on. Catch up with the chat. Yeah, nice slider. I look sick enough. Thanks, Orb. Paddy, how you doing? Oh, he's giving me Morse again. Hi, Ganesh. How are you? I'll have to get. I haven't been doing my Morse at all, Paddy. I haven't done it since Christmas, to be fair, which is a bit naughty of me because Mrs. Cruncher bought me a Morse key for Christmas. It cost her a few quid as well, so I ought to crack on and start that up again, really. So this is the plan to get this one recapped today. And if we've got time, I've got my scrim material down from the loft, and I've cut off a nice big strip because I've got 3 radios here to recover. And they take an absolute age, so I don't think I'm going to be recovering it live, but we can do bits of it live just to give you an idea of what I'm up to. Harvey, you straight in and retracted. If you looked at the key, would you be Inspector Morse? Oh, very clever, Brett. You're on form today. Right, let's just heat some tools up here. Let's turn the soldering iron on, desoldering tools on. Let's grab some caps. Apologies again for me keep clearing my throat, but the show must go on. It's my Amiga board that I must get around to fitting at some stage. It's pulled down. I've got problems with hi-fis and all sorts of stuff got here going on at the moment. Everything's gone wrong really at the moment. So we got those, we'll need. I did find some more axial ones somewhere. Now, where did I find those two? I think they were in there, weren't they? Yeah, what are those? 220s. I don't think I'll need 220s. I don't think there's any 220s in this, but saying that, I bet there blooming is now. Right, that's the caps I need. So let's get them down. Oh, Inspector Gadget here. I'm always inspecting gadgets. I retract because of letters missing. It should look more before I hit the enter key. What a massive amplifier. Yeah, it's bigger than me, isn't it? It's huge. It's massive. Well, if you're on a big screen, it must be absolutely massive. Oh, it's annoying, this. Right. God, poor Mrs. Cruncher, Friday night. How she slept, I don't know. I was up all night coughing. Madness. Absolute madness. C5 looks blown. It's difficult to say, Brett. I think you mean he's sort of like lifted from the bottom, but those dallies look like that anyway. And they got like this I don't know, it's some sort of like hard plastic. It's like a cellophane sleeve on it. But yeah, C14's definitely gone. What's this big one here then? So yeah, we've got some weird sizes here. Yeah. If I remember, I've got some 80 microfarad taps in this. I'll put the 82 radials in, I believe, for those. Which are not in that box. Where are they to then? That's my miniatures. And this one, yeah, 82s. So we're going to have to stick some radials in here as well. 35 volts. What are these? 63 volts. So I think there's 2 in there. There might be 3. Can't remember off the top of my head. So I'm just getting these out while the desoldering tool's heating up. So that's an 80. And I think that's an 80. Now there's only a 2 in there. I could probably get away with 100 microfarads, but end of the day, let's keep it as Hacker intended. Cheers, Rob. Thank you. The Grommet search. Yes, if you want a Grommet update, I can give you a Grommet update. Where are we? So I've had lots of grommets delivered, but not a lot are correct. I mean, I had these arrive from China the other day. Supposedly just a millimeter shorter, but they're obviously not. You know, these are just generic. Got loads of those. Didn't pay a lot for them, so I'm not too worried they'll come in useful for something. So they were a no go. The original that we're looking to match was this one, which was the elusive 732s by 5/16, I believe, wasn't it? Yeah, 732 by 5/16. So this thing here, this is what we were trying to find. Now somebody, I can't remember who it was now, said about said about a company in Barnstable that might that does an assortment box, and sure enough, I found this. Tool Zone. So 125 piece rubber grommets, same as this, 125 piece. Rubber Grommet's a bit bigger box, but I don't know why. But this is metric, so if we dig out this and have a look, we've got these here. Now these are 5.57 by 7.94. Now they are slightly bigger. They are very slightly bigger. But I'll have to pull a radio apart to see if they'll go in. I mean, that is still the best fit for sure, but I reckon these will do it. But the only thing is the gap is a bit big, so they're not great. They're not perfect by any means. But they're the right sort of height. In fact, they're bigger. And I think when they're tightened down, they will squash, bite into the metal. So hole's exactly the right size. So yeah, that's that. Well, hopefully that sorted me out. Something in there will fit, but still, this this Duratool pack is the best one for the TR82 series radios. So there we are. That was the Grommet update for you. Let's crack on and get this one done. Why not cut the ends of short ones and use two, as you have the metal tube down the middle? I don't think you can short the metal to the cap, so you've got to have a rubber piece preventing the brass from touching the tuning can, Anthony. So it's suspending it and stopping it shorting to ground, I think. It was you, Multi, was it? Well, thank you very much. They do a lot of interesting stuff in there, actually. It's not quite the same size Grommet, but it's a different one again. I've still got some in my shopping cart on RS to try yet. Some Hellerman ones, but I haven't got around to those yet. Right, let's get some. Let's get this one off first. It's knackered. Technical term for broken. Well, it doesn't seem to be very hot, does it? Definitely is there. There we are. So yeah, it looks like it's had a bit of a knock, that one. It's knocked it clean off the board. You still have the rubber down the middle that you do with car rubbers. Right, so that's an 80 microfarad. So we're going to stick an 82. So they don't do an 82 in axial. I like to keep it looking as accurate as possible. I suppose if it's a historic restoration, then you could restuff it, but I think that's a bit of a bridge too far. You know, there's plenty of room. Well, you could just about get that in there, couldn't you? Just about squeeze that in there. Okay, that looks nice. Let's chop the legs off. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I got a little bit more than that, RV. I've got a little bit more than that. I've managed to pick up some other infection as well on top, which they've given me antibiotics for, but they've backfired and given me a really bad cough. Kept me up all night as well, which is not very nice of them. And then they disappeared off for the weekend, you know? Sorry for them. Right, so we've got these other silver ones now. What are these? 40 microfarads. They're weird sizes, aren't they? 64 microfarads. 25 microfarads. They're all over the shop. We haven't got any that match any of those. Right, let's get this 40 off next. I'm glad Mrs. Cruncher's little pressie's come anyway. So I'm going to let her have that when she comes home tonight instead of tomorrow. Ow, cool. That's getting a bit warm. A bit warm. Okay. So what do we say that one was? 40, so there's going to be a 47 in there. That got really hot, so I don't think there's a lot inside that one. 47 at 100 volts, 47 at 250 volts. There's 47s there. Got any Vichy 47s? Yes, I have. There we go then. That's only a 16 volt. What are these? 25 volt. A lot smaller though. Let's sort of give a bit of a clean up as we go here as well. Yeah, not to worry, Arby. I'm a lot better than I was when I had COVID anyway, put it that way. Didn't want to have that again in a hurry. That was absolutely horrible. Let's give this a bit of a clean up while I'm in there. Be a little bit careful, you can go too hard, you'll rub all the writing off of these. So this is a little tiny 47 at 25 volts, but you can go into the next one there, really. Better. Look nicer. I think I did the RP18 for you, Michael, didn't I think? And you were absolutely amazed at the sound of the amplifier after I'd recapped it. And I think using decent quality caps in these amps does make a difference. And maybe it's just recapping them with modern capacitors, maybe, I don't know, but they certainly do sound good. Right, that's not straight. That's not straight, so is it that one that's got to come up a little bit? Yeah. Okay, needs a little bit of solder just to fill in the unused hole. Dance with his aardvarks had a spark go up his nose while he was cutting titanium with an angle grinder. Jesus Christ, I bet that made your eyes water, didn't it, Dances? That's a normal Huawei, really. Yeah, RP18 is, in my opinion, the best sounding hacker. But the RP18 is a lot of work, same as these really, because it's got the same amplifier as this, and it's full of AF117s and 114s, I think. But they do make a lovely radio once they're done. So we're dilly-dallying now. We've got a dally on the way. If I can get the desoldering tool to lift the leg up here a minute. Get off. I've actually got the desoldering tool turned up a little bit hot. I need to just pop that back down in a second. Get off. Leave it alone. Let's turn that down a little bit. I normally have it about 380. Right, dally. Dally. Yeah, that's marked. 250. What did I say about 220 just now? Should I put 250 or 330 in that? 220 or 330? 250. 220 is closer, I suppose. It's slightly less capacitance. But I've got a new old stock Philips. So let's have a look, see what that one measures a minute. No, one of the chickens is kicking off. Better make sure there's not a Mr. Foxy out there. Sounds like one of mine as well. No, it's the egg, just the egg song. Yeah, I think we've got an egg. I think we've got an egg. The egg has landed. I'm trying to sort out some gear to do a video on cassettes. So I've got the Nakamichi working, which was phenomenal. $224. 1 ohm ESR, is that good or not? It's probably a little bit high. Let's try, what else have we got here? Let's try a Fish 220. I was hoping it'd be on the higher side really. I'm looking for one, because I mean these are plus or minus 20%. That's 194. That's lower. Can't win here. Can't win. I might just stick a 330 in. Let's try another 220. 220 plus 20% ideally. Yeah, you retracted it, Rob, no one else. Oh, they're all reading 200, those. It might be that my machine needs a new battery, but let's try... try 330. $437. What is going on here? I wonder whether my ESR meter needs to go for a recalibration. I hope not, because they do like to charge nicely for that. What have we got here? We've got another 220 here, axial. $219, pretty good. I've got some new old stock RS ones, but they're actually marked as 250. But no, I'm not going to risk that in there. No way. No, 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 no. No, that's the other one's. That's this one, Brett. This one, it just does a probe compensation, not a calibration. These, if you want it calibrated, you got to send it back to Peak, and they'll calibrate it for you for a charge. Oh, actually, I've got a Nichicon. Whoa, let's try a Nichicon 220. I've got another capacitor meter here somewhere that I haven't used for a long time that I could try. $204, the Nichicon. So I mean, it's within its percentage, isn't it? But then all the 330s, instead of reading a bit lower, they're reading higher. Let's try some 330s a minute. So 250 back in the day would have probably been plus 50%. 341. $452. That's Vishay again. Why are they so high? $439. Vishay. $439. They're all $439. Let's try these jack-on ones. 337. That's better. $337. Yeah. What else have I got there? Let's have a look. Let's try some more of these Phillips. What are they? That's this. $250. There we are. That's the boy. I knew he'd get there in the end. So that's one of these Phillips caps. I bought quite a few of those back along. I've nearly used them all. Just got a couple left. $249 on the button. We've certainly got some capacitor bingo coming up after we've got this lot done. Hi Keith, how are you? Could compare with my multimeter. Yeah, I could do. I could compare. I don't know how accurate are these though on capacitance. I never trust these things on capacitance really. I suppose because I mean you've got the whacking great long leads on it, haven't you? So this is saying 200. What did I say it was? 249, wasn't it, on the peak? $259 on that one. That let's drop in. I wonder if we've got a. Can we null out the leads on this? Yeah, so not far off, is it? Not far off. Okay, let's go with that one. That's a nice looking cap as well, that. It's actually written Phillips on it as well. I got these off an eBay seller. I don't know where they got them from, but it's rather a nice looking cap, if there is such a thing. So you can see it is actually a Phillips cap. Look, it's written Phillips on it. 220 microfarads at 16 volts. And this is the one it's replacing, good old Dally, 250 microfarads at 12 volts, but this is what Brett was looking at because it looks like it's bulging out the bottom, but it's just the way they're designed. This is like a plastic piece inside. Should we take the plastic off and have a quick look? Just out of curiosity, save you pulling one of yours apart. We'll pull Michael's apart. So it's just an aluminium capacitor in underneath, look. And they've got this bit sticking out the bottom. I suppose it's just an indicator really. It does look like it's blown, but it hasn't. Be interesting to see what it measures in a minute anyway. It will be interesting. Right, let's get back to the main event. So it'll be interesting to have a nosy at. Let's crack on and get this done. I need to crack open a bottle of the finest finger, I think. Just getting a bit warm in here. Just getting a bit warm, or it's me. Probably me, I expect, but let's open the window, stick my fan on low power. Let's get a bit of air flowing while I pop out the finger. Cheers, Rob. Did you check the leads on your peak for a reliable low resistance? Pepperidge, you try your best not to fall asleep. Did we put you to sleep last time, did we? How you doing anyway? Do they melt off the caps if they get hot? I think if they're melted off, Rob, you've got serious issues. If they're melted off, you've got serious issues. But sometimes these more modern ones, they can shrink back a bit if they get overheated. So we've got everyone's favourite, the Bishop's finger, courtesy of Simon's World. So thank you again, Simon. Much appreciated, mate. I've got I've not got a lifetime supply, but I've certainly got a fair old supply there. Still got the old Radiocruncher beer mug. He's getting a bit battered about now. It's getting a bit battered, but still hanging in there. And I need something because my voice is getting a bit funny. Lacking motivation, but you're alive. Well, come on, find yourself a project, Pepperidge. Find an old radio to have a play with. But I know the feeling though, Mr. Pepperidge. The finger never goes in easy, does it? It always gives a good head. It always just needs a second pour. I've got to rephrase the wording on that, really, haven't I? Theo's in. Afternoon, Theo. Cheers, everybody. Right. Moving swiftly on. So we found a capacitor that will work. Now I've got to just make it fit in the place where the other one come out of. And it's a bit tight to that capacitor there, so I might have to go to that one. Excuse me. Let me drop that. I certainly didn't skimp with the capacitor legs on those. Those chunky old legs. Last time you were motivated was around 1993. Cheers. Cheers, Rob. More beers. Should be using my extractor here really because there's quite a lot of caps to do here. Just one or two. There's about 10 I think on this thing. So let's get in with the old extractor. Make a bit of noise. So I wouldn't mind putting a little bit of flux on there. Keep forgetting to use the extractor. I really should because it's not good to be breathing in fumes from lead solder really. I think the flux is the worst thing though. Trouble is the fan over there is blowing it all over the shop. If anyone's wondering what that is, just a cheap little fume extractor thing that I picked up off eBay. How you keeping then, Theo? Nothing like the smell of old soda, I know. I think it's the old flux that stinks on them, isn't it? Right, 3 down. How many have we got left to do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to go. Let's get these 2 done next. What have we got here? We've got 25 and a 64. So let's get this 64 out. I think we're going to need to stick... Well, actually, I might have some axials still that'll fit in there. Burp, burp, burp. Get off. Right, so that's a 64 at 10 volts. Let's see if I've got a 64. That's a weird 68, I think, isn't it? Yeah, I've got some 68. Again, these are getting harder and harder to come by now. So I've got a 68 Vichy. That's 16 volts. Let's pop that in. Just a little bit dirty in there, so let's give that a little bit of a clean. Let's clean her up first. More extraction. Do a decent extractor, really. A bit of corrosion on the board here as well. I don't know if you can see that, but I might need to give that a clean up because that is for sure going to break fairly soon. Let's see if I can get you in and have a quick look at that. It does happen a fair bit on these particular amp boards. Yeah, can you see that on the end? That's it's not looking that good, is it? So yeah, certainly I wouldn't be long before that burnt through. Just a bit of ampage through that, and that would certainly break. Mike! What an entrance! And Theo for an ice cream. I'll tell you what, ice cream is very good for my throat at the moment, Theo. And Luigi and Mike, what an entrance. Had one winner of the E-bore, but one horse did you out of 1,200 quid. Still got about 300. God. Hell, Mike, you are the man. You need to start advertising as a tipster. Let's give it a bit of a clean up with the wire brush, the fibre brush. It's not coming off, is it? I think we're going to need to chip that off and tin that up with something. And maybe we'll treat the board to a nice nice bit of whatchamacallit, board lacquer. Let's get the old eyes on a minute. I wonder what's caused that, and there might be a bit of battery acid, I suppose. Could have been battery leakage, couldn't it? I wonder if we try a bit of it. I mean, I've scraped away at that, it's still not budging, look. And there's a little bit of it further up. You get the old vinegar on it, I suppose, and give that a try. Handling the lead soda's made your brain thick. You had the floorboards downstairs lifted in the week to have a new water main service pipe run in the kitchen. Oh dear. That's fun. Yeah, the bias is horrible on these, Mike, isn't it? You're quite right. So I've got the old malt vinegar coming out, just in case this is battery acid on here. This will neutralise it. I'll leave that to sit while doing the rest of this. You use lemon juice. I haven't got any lemon juice to hand, Benji. All I've got is vinegar, mate. We're not posh. Martin, how are you? Choices. Keep watching the Vulta? What's that? Or putting back together your own radio. You could put your own radio back together and watch me at the same time, really. Yeah, he's sort of getting it off, yeah. He's making inroads into it, but let's leave that soaking. Let's crack on and get the rest of them done. Let's get more beer in me, I think, first. Get more finger in. I've got lemon, Benji, but I don't keep it up here in my workroom. It's down in the kitchen. I keep the vinegar up here because it's great for battery problems. I've had a lot of that recently. In fact, I've just pulled another radio down from the loft that caught my eye just now. And sure enough, that's got exactly the same problem. Someone's left. Well, I've actually left them in there as well because I didn't realise it had double A's in it. It's one of these Sonys that's got some computer batteries as well.
But it's an interesting radio anyway. I mean, that doesn't look great either, does it? The leg of this transistor's touching this aluminium cap here. Huh. I don't know if you can see that, but you know, that doesn't look like it's shielded, that cap. Ooh. Let's see if I can get you in. Can I get that on camera? Yeah, there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know if you can see that. Well, I'm sure you can, but that transistor is touching the leg of this. Well, this capacitor is touching the leg of this transistor down here. It actually is physically touching. Bizarre. Needs to be bent away a little bit. I mean, this hasn't got a plastic case, I don't think. It might have some sort of coating on it, maybe. Not sure. Not sure. It might have a bit of a coating on it. It's going. It's going. Yeah, it is, Mike. I've done 3 so far. I've done 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I think there is. A lot of caps. But it's going to be interesting to see if this brings our bass and treble back. And it's going to be more interesting to see what the state of the caps actually are. I think this is another weird size. I think this is a 25, yeah. So do we go 22 or 33 again? This is the issue, isn't it? It's always better to try and go higher as long as it's not too high, if you know what I mean. Don't go too far away from the original. $25. So what have we got? We've got 22. We've got 33. I think 22 will be closer. I don't think that's going to hurt it. Just out of curiosity, let's see what the 22 reads. See what it reads. Yeah, if you think 22 is only 3 microfarads out, 33 is 9 microfarads difference, so it's reading 22 and a half. I think that one will be fine. A bit of a cleanie in there. I've got vinegar on that now, so I don't want to be putting vinegar on there. Yeah, this one's smaller than the other one, so we shouldn't have any problems with it touching that transistor anymore. It's a baby. It's a little baby one. Sold them up. Sign up, how are you? can tell you, I've been in won a few lots at a local auction as well, so I've got some very interesting stuff coming up fairly soon. Mrs. Cruncher's going in to pick it up for me tomorrow. So I've got some very interesting radios to look at. So that should be of interest to you. Plus I've gone and got myself a Mega Drive. I don't know if any of you have had Mega Drives in the past. Gaming console. Okay, this is unusual. So positive is that side. Okay, what's this one here? Another 25 microfarad. But yes, I've gone and managed to pick up a Mega Drive complete with 2 controllers and a power supply off of a seller on eBay. Apparently it works, but it don't look in the greatest of condition, but you know, I've got it cheap enough, so that might be next week's live stream, you never know. Or it might be one of these radios, or it might be all of the radios that I bought. I managed to pick up 9 radios. So that's all from a local auction, so some very interesting stuff in there. Okay, another one done. Very, very close to those transistors. Right, moving on then, we've got this one here now. I think it's there. Yeah, must be there. Am I going to tell you what any of them are? It's going to have to be a secret, Mike. I think it's going to have to be a secret. There's hackers in there, I can tell you that. More than one hacker, actually. In fact, more than 2 hackers. More than 3 hackers, maybe. So, yeah, I'll give you a little bit away. Now, what's this? This is another 80. So this is where our little 82 is going to come in. I don't keep it tinned very much. It's always got solder on it, to be fair, Anthony. I don't sort of leave a blob of solder on the end of it though. I'm sure I read somewhere that you don't actually need to with these cartridge type ones, but I might be wrong. Probably am. I don't like the look of that one, that's not very straight. Got to straighten that up a bit, I don't like that. Better. We're getting there. We're getting there. This one in here next. Touch right in behind. Make sure it's not Mrs. Cruncher back in a minute. There's lots of banging doors. It's probably the neighbours. I expect it's banging doors. Oh no. Who's that then? Who be that? Right, let's get this one out. Usually sets the dogs off barking when people are banging car doors. Squeak that one out of there. So is this another 25. So another 22. Again, some of these weirder size axials are getting harder to come by and much more expensive now. CPC were about the cheapest for these, but yeah, they do say with the older type soldering irons you are supposed to leave the tip tinned, and to be honest, I only wipe it off. I only wipe the tips off before I use them. Like now, I'll pull the soldering iron, but before I put it onto that, I'll just clean the tip. So every time you see it, it looks clean, but it's not clean when I put it away. So I do leave a bit of solder on it. So like now, there's plenty of solder on the tip, and I'll just put that back in the holder. So when I finish for the day, I've got solder on the end of the tip still. So I'm good. I don't I sort of do it as just something I do. I don't sort of specifically go to tin the tip. I just seem to do it anyway. If you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. Straighten that up a bit. Can't have it crooked. Don't want it crooked. There we go. Happier. Right, another dally. Don't dilly-dally about with this one. It's going to be interesting to see what these measure. The amp was working though, don't forget, despite the fact we had a broken cap. Which way are you bent? You're bent that way, aren't you? Oh, you're talking about the desolder gun, sorry. Ah. I do occasionally, Anthony, if I remember, just run a bit of solder up it at the end. But I don't sort of make a point of doing it. But you're right, you should be done really. So another 250, right, okay. So this is the fun and games we had trying to find a matching Phillips, wasn't it?
Paddy and Coco are mad dogs. Right, let's try. I've only got 3 of these Phillips left. Let's see if I can find another one that's close to 250 then. Let's see if I can find another one. Yeah, I mean, you ought to just fill up the end of it, really. And I do get through quite a few tips on these. I don't treat them very nice, actually. I do give them a bit more stick than they should have. So let's see if we can find one that's near 250. .248, 1.18 ESR. 224.78. That's the one. 246.98. That's the one that we're going to go with. We're matching capacitors now, look. What's Benji up to? What is he up to? Rapid are, Mike, but I think they've got this minimum order thing again, haven't they? I don't know if they do the fish eggs, do they? I think I've got an account with Rapid. Mauser are pretty cheap, but again with Mauser you've got a minimum order. And it does take a bit longer. Come here. Good off. The executioner's out. Look out. There's a rather annoying fly here somewhere. He's determined to... He wants to get zapped, but executioner. You need one of these in your life, really. This is one of these zapping fly swatter things. Apologies to all you insect lovers out there, but this time of year when you've got the doors and windows open, they just swarm on in. Swarm in like they own the place. The executioner. See, I'm sure the finger's helping with my throat. Can you zap AF17s with them? I tell you, there's quite high voltage, I think. Pepperidge, you probably could. I wouldn't recommend it, but give it a go. The executioner. He's on the bench here. He really is pushing it. There's going to be some live fly killing in a minute. Mrs. Cruncher runs for cover when I get that out. She's terrified I'm going to zap her with it one day, just because I'm. She says I'm like Tin Henman on acid. He's right there looking at me. He is really taking the mick. He's coming to have a look at the capacitors now. Ah, got him. Ah, look at that. There he is. Let's give him a little bounce. He gone. Flag on.
Live fly killing. I think he's dead. I think he's dead. You order most of it at Regelt, but you're in the Netherlands. Yeah, a lot of these places. I mean, there's a company in the States that does a lot of Sony spares. Is it Encompass or something like that? I mean, they've always got lots of spares, but they for some reason they do not export to the UK. I don't know why. They used to. I'll tell you what, I've grabbed hold of that before, Pepperidge, and it doesn't have to give you a kick. Doesn't it, just? Had to do 3 young rats this week. Yeah, rats are not good at all. Rats are, well, I do my fair share of ratting, I can tell you. When you've got some chickens, you've got rats pretty much, because they know when there's a good feed about. And if you're not careful, they just go in and eat your chicken's feed. Of course, they do carry quite a lot of disease, etc. So I usually keep on top of the rats, but we're not getting many about at the moment. But we do back onto farmlands, so you know, end of the day, we're in their territory, really. Right, 125. Did we have an 125 earlier? I don't think we did we? They were 25, not 125s. So 125 is another weird size, isn't it? What do we do for 125 then? I've got 150s probably closest. I think 100's too small. It's going to have to be 150 then. Derek, how are you, mate? Is this a murderous channel? Yeah, live death. Don't make me don't make me laugh. Live death on air. It's not good, is it, eh? Who'd have thought? He's a killer. He's a killer. Right. Gotta laugh at me. So I've got no 125s. I don't know if there's a radio that gets close to 125. Isn't there a 127? I think there's a 127, isn't there? I've got some weird size radios here somewhere. It's 180. I'm sure I've seen something like a 127 before though. 150s. Might be cracking up, but I thought I had seen a 127 before. Is there not a 130? I don't think there is, Mike. Someone have to have a look up on RS or something in a minute, just see if there is a normal size. Not good still, Derek. I'm actually not good still. Had a bit of a relapse Wednesday evening and ended up in the doctor's on Thursday. But they've given me some antibiotics, and then I had a bad turn on Friday. So it's the antibiotics have reacted bad. I got bad side effects from them. What am I looking for here now? So this is a 500 microfarad, so 470 is going to be the name of the game on that one, isn't it? Because I don't think there's anything near 500. Although, I think there is a 500 and something available, isn't there? 680, 560. So there's a 560. Or a 470. I'm going to stick a 470 in. I'm just going to go for it. 25 volts. Let's bet that one's 25 volts, is it? It's 12 volts, massive, huh? Yeah, there is. You can still get some sort of fairly non-standard caps, but they all must be standard manufacturer. But let's pull the alchemy mode out then. I think this is the last one. I think this is the last one, the big old alchemy mode. It's huge. And that's only just going to fit. I'm going to need to pull that a bit. Get the last one in. There it is, recapped. Looks quite nice. That one's slightly wonky, so let's just straighten that one. Thank you. Right, I need to deal with this bit of corrosion down here. That's getting a bit close and do a bit of scraping. I need to get that back to bare copper and just tin it, I think. It's not gone through the track, I don't think, but... doesn't look like the vinegar has taken it off. Alright. Use caps in series to get the values, yeah. Or parallel, but I'm trying to get two through in the same hole is a real pain. So I'm using a fiberglass pencil. One tip, the fiberglass pencil, do not wind it out very far, just enough just to come through the tip, because otherwise you'll get loads and loads of big fibers dropping off, which you don't want. Okay, still got a nice big lump of corrosion in the middle there. That's okay over there now, should be able to solder that, but this is still not looking good, and this bit up here as well. So I reckon this has had a bit of battery corrosion on this. In fact, it looks like someone's already repaired a break there. I don't know if you can see, well, you can't see it there, but I'll show you on the overhead cam in a minute. It looks like someone's already had a go at repairing this in the past. Right, more scraping. We go through it, but I'd rather go through it than have corrosion on it. Okay. I don't really want to put a jumper wire on because it won't look particularly nice, but just get rid of this residue. Two microfarad, 150 volt. You won't buy 2 microfarads, you buy 2.2. Why on earth would you want 150 volts, Rob? So there's these are Nichicon 82. Where's my 2.2s then? What's this here? 2.2 at 250 volts, Rob. There you go. So yeah, 2.2 at 250. You won't get 2 microfarads. Just get 2.2. Just getting rid of the fiberglass off of that. Quick clean with isopropyl. See if I can tin that. Let's get some decent flux on it. There's definitely been a repair on it before. I'm going to get you in a bit closer with this camera. Ow, God, keep it in my elbow on that. Over camera. Ooh, there we go. So yeah, there's a bit of solder here, look, where someone's repaired this in the past. Just in here, so from this pad to here, someone's repaired that, but the bit that I'm looking at is down here. Let's see if I can run some solder through that. Dave, how are you doing? All right, mate. Thanks for dropping in. All right, let's just see if I can tin this up. Solder and iron sand, I've had enough. I'm turning myself off. Yeah, it hasn't tinned well on that bit, let's see that. So can you see that bit that's badly corroded? Oh, a bit too far, Graham. It just hasn't taken there, look, on that little tiny dot. Just there. So I reckon that might have actually burnt through there, you know, that corrosion. Let's try it again. I think we're going to need to put a little jumper in there. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to need to put a jumper in there. Let's get a capacitor. Oh, we've got plenty of capacitor legs hanging about on the bench here. It's rather a nice looking leg there, so I'm going to pop that on. You off as well, Harb? Yeah, catch you soon, Harb, and take it easy, mate. I really hope you get rid of that, whatever the hell that is you've got. It don't sound good, that's for sure. Ooh. Right, let's put a little bridge in there. Will that fit in there? Not quite perfectly formed, let's just give it a little tweak. Make it a bit smaller. Take a bit off each end. Just as well spotted that, really. Get off. Thank you. Cool. Right. She's laid on there. Let's see if I can solder. The problem is, as soon as you touch this with the solder, it just goes, it's just going to fall everywhere. But it's a case of soldering it, I think, and then trying to move it into place. Get off the soldering iron, daft thing. Right. It's definitely tinned now. It's just decided to turn itself the other way up. There she is. Got it. Oh, you wouldn't even know. You wouldn't know. Like it grew there, look. Let's come back out a bit because it's it gets a bit pixely when it's in close like that. Sorted. Let's get a bit of isopropyl on that, just make sure it's all okay. Yep. Good to go. Excellent. Something to watch out for, especially when you've got somewhere that's close to the batteries. Just another little tiny bit there, isn't there, that's not quite taking the solder. Just in there. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. It had taken the solder, it just had a little bit rough, that was all. Here we are. Good as new. Thanks, Robert. This is where you used to nick one of your mum's hair clips. What's that, Benji? Oh, dare I ask? Yeah, that's nice. Just as well spotted that, really. Okay, let's have a quick look at the two caps that do the tone controls a minute then, and I'm pretty sure I had those sussed just a second ago. So that's C6. We're down here. So this is the bass. So C6, I believe, is the cap for the bass, and this is the treble. So apart from the electrolytics, which we've done, see that's saying 10 microfarads there, look, but crackers. So C6 and C8, by the looks of it, both 0.47 microfarads. C6 and C8. See if we can see those. Right, I'll let you find those, because I'm going to skip to the loo. C6 and C8, I can't see them there off the top of my head. I'll be back. Right. I think it's going to rain again out there. It's cooled down a little bit now as well, so I can turn that fan back off. It is quite annoying for me anyway. It's better. Right. C6 and C8. Where are they? Thanks. Where are they? C12, C1. It's got to be them two there, I reckon, but you can't see what they are because the capacitors. Oh yeah, that's definitely C8. I've just twisted that round. 0.47, and that's 0.47. So that's the two caps there. These two yellow ones are the ones that are doing the tone. That's definitely C8. I can't read that one, but I think that's C6. So let's see if I can test these in circuit a minute. So one side's connected to ground anyway on that one, and on that one. So I can use pretty much any ground, can't I? Typically that one's not connected to ground, that would have been nice. We've got connected to ground here. That one's connected to ground. Right, let's have a look at these then. I've zoomed in a bit close because so let's go to just capacitance mode. So that one there. Should be 0.47 microfarads. So 0.47 is 470 NF. And that is reading 464, so that one's okay. Let's try this one. Okay, well that one's reading 606. Now is that because it's in parallel with something? Is that because it's in parallel with something? So that's C6. So let me just check the schematic. Yeah, C6. Not really. Not really. But hang on, I don't think it's connected to ground, C6. Let me just see. Let's go to the other terminal of C6. C6 might not be connected to ground. No, he's not. Okay. So if I don't reference it to ground, it's reading 478. So that's fine. That's close enough. No problems with those. So we don't need to change those. So if the bass and treble still don't work, it's not down to the amp, I don't think, unless it's these carbon resistors. These could be the other issue. These carbon resistors do cause problems. Just make sure we've got none that are loose, because the end caps come off of these sometimes, or they just break completely in half. No, all looking good. All looks pretty good. No other issues on there. We'll say we certainly found a near broken track and a broken capacitor anyway, so both of those things wouldn't have helped the radio at all, would they? Despite it working very well. So what should we do now? Shall we stick it back on? Or shall we have a look at the other capacitor? Let's stick it on first and make sure it works. I think that's the most important thing. Let's get the old radio back up. Need to prop it up because we don't want the switch panel shorting out on anything. And we still want to be able to push the buttons. Put the middle one in because that's medium wave. We're more likely to get something on there. Let's make some room because we need to get the case up. Pull the speakers, which are connected up. Black is the green one. So we need to do the amplifier quiescent current and midpoint voltage, which is a pain in the backside on these. Turn my desoldering tool off, we don't need that again for a bit. Where's me? Lead's gone, there we are. 18 volts up it. Let's connect her up. Turn her on. Can I bring that over, or am I going to crash everything? She's working still though. Just bring a decent aerial over because I want to have a listen to the tone controls. I can't do that with a rubbish signal. I am going to need to do an alignment on this as well, this radio.
Glorious day for Leeds United. 2 goals in the first, 2 goals in 4 minutes from Aronson after Edouard Mendy's mistake, and Rodrigo.
Oh, base is working.
The captain today, Leeds, captained by Rodrigo, with Melier in goal.
Base is working.
Llorente and Strout, the back four again, as it has been throughout the season so far. The early days of this season, Adams and Rocker in the middle, and then James was mainly on the right, Harrison on the left, and Aronson playing behind Rodrigo, who is furthest forward most of the time, and the crowd are getting onto Mendy after his error in the first half. Thiago Silva then hits a long right-footed ball looking for Sterling, but Christensen.
Bass is working, the treble's working, but it's a dodgy pot on it. It's a dodgy pot, so we're going to need to give the pot a bit of a squirt. Oh, hello. Nice. Nice picture in picture there, Graham. Great bit of camera work. Nick, how you doing, mate? How you doing, Nick? Ugh. Cheers, Mike. Cheers, Michael. Michael and Michael. Cheers, everybody. Just getting the last bit of finger in me. Thanks, Rob. Right. That is a very scratchy pot. I've not cleaned any of the pots yet, so let's hit that one up with some of this fader lube, which has been recommended by X-Ray Tony, I think, courtesy of, I think it was Anthony put me onto it originally. Apparently this is the stuff to use on carbon pots, not switch cleaner. So this will soon tell us if it's going to do the job. You couldn't really see what I was doing there, could you? Apologies. So I'm up here. This is the treble pot. You can just about see center of the shot there. So I've just squirted a little bit inside that one. I'm going to do the same with the bass pot, which is dear me, which is up the other side, just in here. But that is now working. It wasn't earlier. So let's give both of those a little bit of action. Bit of twisty twisty. Use sparingly, yeah. I just squirted a shed load in there, Nancy, didn't I? The bass was a little bit crackly on low, so that should sort that. Let's do the volume pot while we're here. And that's the full house. Just in there. Great. We can get in there. And give that a little bit of action as well. Thanks, Rob. Right, let's see what that does now then. Give it a couple minutes to evaporate while I set it all back up. It's all a bit. Hang on, I should screw the switchboard back in now, shouldn't I? Now that I've done all the transistors in it. Right. There's a lot of noise going on somewhere. Not my dogs, I hope. Try again. Nothing touching anything. Still on the speaker terminal, yeah. That's off. It needs to be out of the way a bit more. Shorten on there. Let's get the aerial back up.
Glasgow, Celtic 0, Hearts 0, that's in the early stages. 3 o'clock kick-off there. We'll keep you updated on that. And it's
so this is flat to start with, no bass or treble.
In the other 2
There's the bass.
In the Premier League. We'll be able to talk about it all later with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton on 606.
Good bass.
BBC 606 if you want to get involved in
turn the bass off. Treble.
About it on the BBC Sport website.
Oh yes.
Today's football. You can watch the highlights. Match of the day too tonight. Alan Shearer's on.
So let's get both in.
And of course, via BBC Sounds, you can rewind the live radio. So if you're Leeds fan, you can listen to it all night. Here's James taking the ball forward. He was blocked. He was blocked. It's a free kick forward and right of the centre circle. And Leeds now in this situation, leading by 2 goals to 0. Of course, are in no hurry at all. Just a blatant block pass by Cucurella.
It was a block, but Chelsea have got themselves in a bad position there. Driven lost his sheet and tried that.
No issues there, is there?
Why is it? They just blocked him.
Don't know what you thought till it's gone. The paper is.
With Mount centrally, ball bounces.
Too many touches. They were just zipping it around. It was great to watch again, and it was great to watch it.
Gallagher with the cross. The Leeds man, Llorente, and bounces out of play in the end for a throw to Chelsea, halfway inside the Leeds half. 2-0 to the home side. And James holding the ball above his head, looking for movement. Loftus-Cheek is there with the stretch. And then Chelsea, as the ball bounces out of play, well, that comes to nothing. After the throw-in, James and Loftus-Cheek have a chat together. And the substitutes that Thomas Tuchel could turn to.
That's got some power, that thing, isn't it? Old speckled end, very nice, Timothy. Yeah, so that's fine now. Done, sorted. Got to do the amplifier setup in a minute, but I thought we'll have a look at the capacitors first. Let's just see what sort of state they were in, really. Is all this don't change the capacitors right? Don't change them unless you've got to. Well, we are doing a restoration here, so it's a little bit different than just a normal repair, I suppose. If you were doing a repair and it was your radio, then you might just do enough to get it going. but we're doing enough to get it going and keep it going, really. And it means Michael will be able to enjoy his radio for many, many years to come. So that's the idea, really, of blanket changing all these caps. You don't have to do it if it's your radio and you just want to get it going. Just change what you need to. But if you're restoring something, you're going to change them. And I think you'll find out why in a minute, that it's a good idea to do them. Just clearing the decks. Ready for operation. Capacitor bingo. Have we got them all here? So there should be 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yes, full house. Eyes down looking. Oh dear. Gotta love a bit of bingo. Genius. Does sound nice, Mike. Michael, it does sound very nice. It's gonna be a cracking radio, this one, Mike. I haven't repadded any of yours yet, have I, Mike? And the only ones I've repadded are for Chris over in the States. He's not a well chappy at the moment either. So, Chris, if you're watching, get well soon, mate. And I've got to get Chris's VHF Herald done. Also needs a bit of a repad. Get rid of all this muck off the bench. Capacitor legs and everything. Let's get the old ESR meter up. Just put Radilva super clips back together. Oh, you put the Radilva super clips 1953 back together. I'm still watching here. Can you put it back together too? I could do, but we're a little bit far away from putting it back together because I'm going to restore the case as well, Martin. But I will show you the case in a minute. But we're going to start pulling that apart in a minute. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. I wonder what was on there. Okay, so let's start with the biggie first, shall we? The big old alka mode. And I could put the schematic in picture if you want to see where these caps come from, but I think it's I can't remember fully where they come from now, and they don't equate to the values on the schematic. So this one is apparently it's 500 microfarads at 12 volts, but it is an alka mode. Now, I mean, it's quite an easy one to stuff that. If you wanted to do a capacitor stuff on that one, it's quite easy to stuff another one inside there because it's such a large body on it. So there you go. That's your first one, 500 microfarads. What do you think? Eyes down looking. 555, 555. 693. I think you're getting closer, Theo, but I don't know. I've obviously not tested these. 610, 750. Yeah, could be right, Mike. Well, that's nice. I've just had last year's accounts bill in from the accountant. I dread to think what that is. Oh, it's actually, yeah, that's not bad. Better than I thought it was going to be. So, Steve, if you're watching, thank you very much. What's Nick saying? Not enough. How about that? Or too much? You've got to say a figure, Nick. That's the rules. It's supposed to be 500 microfarads. Normally these old ones are, I think, minus 10 plus 50%. So 50% of 500? I don't know. Is that 250? So in theory, it could be 750 microfarads, could it? And still be in? Still be in? Rich, eh? How you doing, Rich? Let's push a button, shall we? Get rid of the suspense. See who's won. Oh! Oh! Now that's a bit of a shocker. That's a bit of a shocker. 243. I wasn't expecting that. So that has dropped quite a lot. So it's almost like that one's been put under strain, because normally when capacitors go low like that, they've been under a lot more strain than they should be. 243. So who's the lowest then? It's going to be the lowest takes this one. 555 Anthony is lowest. 519 Robert Head. It's Robert Head. 519. I totally did not expect that. I did not expect that. But yeah, that is absolutely shot, isn't it? Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise. Have I got any more of those? Yeah, I've got another one here, look. I've got another one here out of the same sort of amp. Let's just see what that one was then. This would be out of another one of these amps, because this is the only place I've found these. Yeah, see, that one's measuring 1,825, which is what I'd expect from one of these. I would not expect it to be low like that. That's the only one I've got of that size. Yeah, so normally you'd expect them to be off the chart, those, but that one has gone low. Right, okay. So the next offenders are these then. Dallies at 250. Recount. So a 250 at 12 volts Dally. I've got two of these. Aren't I lucky? So 250 at 12 volts. Three or four. Nick's gone low. He's gone low. He's going the low way. Darren's gone with the ESR for extra points. Dally. A dally. Are we all done? Any more? Any more takers? Where's Rob gone? Has he dropped off? He dropped off to sleep? Place your bets. Final call. Haha, 360. It's a dally. 360. We've got a 330, we've got a 400. Got to be 330 Derek, isn't it? Derek. You drew the line for me, Theo, did you? Excellent. So pretty much 360. Too slow, Rob. Theo drew the line. 360. Derek Cooper. Derek Cooper takes it. So we've got another one. This is exactly the same. So is this going to be around 360 or is it going to be different? So have another go then. 250 it should be. 250. Another dally.
No dilly-dallying about with this one. Oh, you got it. Sorry, Pepperidge. I didn't see that. I thought it was Derek. I didn't see you drop in there. Bang on, Pepperidge. Absolutely bang on. You're going for 350 again. It could be. They're pretty much in the same part of the circuit. Same brand, same date, everything. But will they be the same? It's unlikely, but they might be. How are we doing? Rob, have you done? Rob Cross, where's he gone? Theo, draw the line. Right, let's do it. Oh, late entry from Rob, Robert Head. Gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. Here we go then. Oh, we had a beep. That is not a good sound. That is not a good sound. No, sorry Rob, you're too late. You're too late. So it's actually 200, but the ESR is off the chart. Look, 5 ESR. So who was closest to 200 then? $295 for Benji. 291 for SciMap. It's SciMap, I think. SciMap, I think, unless I got me wires crossed again. Let's have a listen to what that is a minute. It sounds like there's somebody in our garden. It could be just next door. It could be the dogs out. No, no one there. Nobody there. So yeah, strange, isn't it? How two capacitors, exactly the same brand, in the same circuit, can be so different. Yeah. Next up then, we've got these two next. So these are, I've got a 125. A 125. I think these may be early Philips, I don't know, but they're these blue film coated caps. So 125 next then, like the high-speed train. Nick and Pepperidge have gone low. Do they know? Have they got insider information? I think I'm going to have to fire in a Spitfire now. I'm going to have to fly over a Spitfire now. Again, courtesy of Simon's World. So, very, very generous of you, Simon, and came at a very good time when I was feeling a bit worse for wear and not myself. And a nice load of beer arrived, which cheered me up no end. So, cheers. Thank you, Simon. Looks leaky, so you're going low. Okay. Okay. $151 for Martin. Is it Martin or Matt? I don't know how you pronounce that with the double A, really. I think it's just Martin, isn't it? There's loads of different ways of spelling Martin. I didn't realise that my
Dad's middle name's Martin, and I always just thought it was Martin, but apparently it's no, I'm getting that wrong. No, his first name's Brian, and I always thought it's Brian. It's Bryan. I'll get it right in a minute. Rob's in. There must be a lag in Ireland. There must be a lag in Ireland. Let's do it then. Ooh, that one's gone a bit high. 193.8. 193.8. Do only a few drink Spitfire? I don't know. I don't know who dances. Graham. Yeah, there's different ways of spelling Graham as well, isn't there? There's one with an E on the end. On the GRAHAM version. Spitfire. Toffee and spice aromas. No. Nice beer, but I can't taste any toffee in there. That was you, Theo? That got pretty high, isn't it? Pretty high. Sorry, I'm pouring my beer out here. I'm not concentrating. It's Anthony, is it? Hang on, we got Anthony on 195 and Theo on 180. What was it again? Let's do it again. It might change this time. 193. Yeah, got to be Anthony at 195, isn't it? He's nearly on the ball. It's nearly there. Right, and we got another one. No, we haven't. This one's 80 now. Same make. But now an 80 microfarads. $80. Theo straight in with 112, 127, 101, 97, 126. To 5. The beer settled me cough down a little bit, hasn't it? It seems the cooler drinks are better. If I drink a hot drink, I start coughing quite a lot. So I don't know. I've also got this. I don't know if David's watching, but David, I've found this for you, mate. David needs this for a VHF Herald that he's restoring. So I pulled one out of one of my Heralds to send him on. David's one of my Patreons, so he can have this with compliments. So there you are, David. I've just got to get that in the post, mate. I've pulled it all out now. Sorry I haven't posted it off this week, but I haven't been up to it, mate, to be fair. So if you're watching, David, there she is. The elusive battery buffer, we'll call it. Right, how are we doing? Is Rob Cross in yet? We normally know that's the end of the queue when Rob's in. He's still not there. Derek's going for the ESR as well. I've got to remember there's two Dereks, you see. I'm getting Derek Taffman and Derek Cooper really confused. But it's a different spelling on the Derek. That's the only way I can suss it. Well, I think Mr. Rob Cross is going to miss out. Robert heads just in. I'm going to push the button. Final call. Done. Oh, okay. That was a bit of an anticlimax, that one. I thought that would be worse than that. But it's over. It should be 80, but it's reading 100.8. 100.8. Yeah, it's really confusing for me, Derek. It is. So 100.8. Who's the lowest then? We got 120. But then we got Cymap at 81, so he's only 19 away. Multi's 20 away, but then it's 0.8. Oh, you're going to have to do the maths for me on this one. Is it Anthony, is it? Where's Anthony's? Where's Anthony? Oh, I didn't see that. We're up higher. Okay, yeah. Gotta be. 101. Derek Taffman very close at 97. Yeah, you are. It's Anthony's. It is Anthony. You put in 180, Rob, did you? Okay, sorry. I thought you went early that time, did you? I didn't see you put 180, Rob. You got quicker, Rob. You've got to be quicker. Right, okay. Now we've got a stash of ones here. We've got 40, and I think all... Oh, no, 64 next then. Unusual size, but used quite a lot in old radios, old transistor radios. 64 then. And this is, I think this is the same brand as these, although it looks like the bigger ones are coloured blue. I mean, the fonts look very similar. Layout is very similar. It's almost certainly the same manufacturer, but their lower value ones are in a clear covering. I thought this was just aluminium, but it is actually got like a plastic coating on it, so that wouldn't have shorted that transistor. So 64 microfarads then. Next, eyes down. Oh, you're already on it. Turn my head and you're there. I better have some more Spitfire then when you debate it. Is the print on the cap or the cover? We'll have a look in a minute. I'll pull one off. We'll pull this one off then. When I've tested this one, we'll strip it off and see. I think it's on the cap, not the cover, but we'll see. Are we all done? Rob Cross is in. He's in. That means we can officially push the button. Oh, fairly high. Yes, it's low, that one. Wow. No, sorry, it's high. Of course, it's 64, isn't it? I think it's 125, but we did that one. 64, and it's reading 90. Who have we got around 90? We got a 96. It's Timothy, I think. If me maths, I keep getting everybody wrong anyway, but I think that's Timothy. It is, isn't it? It is Timothy. Well done, Timothy. So I think the next one is a weird size again. I think this is a 40 next. Yeah, 40. These aren't too bad, are they, so far, really? Apart from that one with the high ESR. So 40 next. Secret Engineer. How you doing, mate? He's drawn a line under it. He's drawn a line under it, Rich. How you doing, Rich, anyway? I still haven't got round to reading through all that stuff that you sent, Rich. It's probably a bit over my head, mate, to be fair. But I will revisit that at some stage and see if I can work out how to do the text-to-speech live on my computer, because I think that will speed it up, like you said, quite a bit. So what have we got? 40, isn't it? So 40. How are we all doing? Does not read. Oh, you think it's going to be like a doesn't read. Ben thinks it's going to be bang on. We're tempted to make a YouTube video about it. You could do, Rich. Yeah, that's a nice program. It was well received here. I mean, the guys liked shouting at me, didn't you? There was quite a delay though. That was the only issue. The delay on it was quite dramatic. So I was reading the comments on the screen long before it actually spoke them. 79 for Rob. Nick's going 117. Let's do it then. It's supposed to be 40. Oh. 53. Nothing dramatic there, really. We've got Benji at 57. Derek 54. Simap 52. So 53.16. Simap's closest there. I've got another fly. Huh. Where's the executioner? The flies are not good. The flies. So who got that there? It's Simap, isn't it? Gotta be. Gotta be Simap. That's yours, Simap. So we've got three 25s now, so I'm going to do an average of all three. So I'm going to test these. I'm going to test these so you can't see it. So it's 25, and I'm going to do all three, and I'm going to take the average of each one. Sorry, average. How can I do the average of each one? Average of them all. Dear, oh dear. It's not a game of expertise at all. So I'm going to test these so you can't see. You'll be able to hear if there's any dodgy ones, because it'll go. So you'll be able to hear, but you won't be able to see, and I'm going to write them down. So you need to guess what the average of the three is likely to be. I'm going to get the zapper out again in a minute. Execution is going to come out again. Ooh. Okay. The next one. And the last one. Oh, okay. Let's double check that. Right, let me get my calculator out and do a bit of maths, and then we'll see who's closest. Wow. Okay, yeah. Aaron, how are you? Are you all done yet? So I've got it. I've done my maths. I've got the average. Strangely enough, they all went up in capacitance each time I read a new one. So it was 33.3 was the average. SIMAP 34. Gotta be so. Hang on, 35. It's got to be SIMAP again, I think. You've done the double, SIMAP. You've done the double. So there you are. A couple really bad ones in there, but overall not too bad. It's fly. I'm going to get that fly in a minute. Right, I really think we need to finish off where we started, really, and get the amplifier done. Because there are some adjustments we need to do to the amplifier. I mean, we haven't changed a transistor as such, so not necessarily essential, but again, we are doing a restoration here. So I'm just going to put a little black mark there. Well, I can see which one is the black one. So I need to pull this little black cap off just so I can get my clips on the right way up. And we're going to do the quiescent current and the midpoint voltage. So that was the negative there. The positive. Right, so we've got to do a few things in order to do this. It's not the easiest board to do this on because it's a pain in the neck to adjust it. A real pain, because one of them is a variable resistor on a slider. The other one's got a normal variable potentiometer, but the other potentiometer is on a bar, and usually that's where we come unstuck. So let's get the instructions up on the screen so you can have a look just to see what we're going to do now. Size behind the drinks, yeah. Double bubble. Scikit SIMAP. You never checked cap or cover for printing. Ah, you're right. Okay, yeah. Let's do that then. Let's do that. We're going to have a look to see whether it was printed on the capacitor or the plastic cover, weren't we? So is that close enough? Cheers, Mike. Thank you. That's close enough, I think. Close. I sound like Sean Connery then, don't I? Close enough. Let's slash her open. Hopefully not my fingers. Ooh, cool, nearly. Can you hear that fly just flew over my head then? He really is taking the mick. No No pun intended, Mick. So a live debagging of the capacitor is sticky. It's like a sticky label. I didn't expect that. I just thought it was a plastic film, but look, it's all sticky and stringy. But it is on the capacitor, not the label. Look. It's just like sellotape, that. I didn't expect that. I just thought that was plastic film. Yeah, there you are. Debagged. So it's like sellotape stuff. It's probably got something nasty on it that I shouldn't be touching, I expect. But there you are. Try wearing lavender. Aaron, what? Do you think I should have some lavender deodorant or something, or some lavender shampoo? There you go, Simon. Being that you won the majority of the bingo, well, you've done the double. I don't think anyone else done the double. Let's get some of this stuff out of the way. Then I need to make space to get all the meters in here. Let's get the aerial back out of the way. Sounds like Mrs. Cruncher is just about to leave. When was that? Half an hour ago. Oh, okay. Must be on the way then. And thanks, Rich A. Just popped up that I got a tip on PayPal. So thanks, Rich, for the tip. Appreciated, mate. It's always appreciated. Always appreciated. Helps me buy all these bits and pieces. Certainly, I've really sort of spent out my my PayPal and Patreon money on this auction, which you'll see some stuff coming up very soon. I'm gonna have to do a video just on the stuff I've got. I've got 9 radios, as I say. It's a fair, it's more than sort of 2 hackers in there, I can tell you that for sure. There might even be some Volve stuff in there. In fact, yeah, there is some Volve stuff in there. So going to be an interesting lot, that is. You hope there's no problem with T4. Can you suggest a good digital multimeter that can test all electrical components? A good digital meter that can test all electrical components. That's a tough one. I mean, I've always liked fluke meters, but I've done a lot of research, and I personally came up with this one. I mean, this doesn't test all electrical components. Some of them have got like transistor testers with little things that you poke in. I don't think there's one meter that does everything well. You know, you can get meters that will test everything. Where's my Maplin meter? I've got a multimeter to send on to Sean here actually as well. I must send him that. He said not to send it, but I'm going to anyway. Has that one got a transistor? Yeah, okay. So if you look at this one, for example, this is an old Maplin precision gold meter. Now, this does test pretty much everything. And I suppose as a sort of budget meter, it's probably not bad, but let's get you close in. But I don't think it's overly accurate, shall we say. So it's got a transistor tester alert. It's got a capacitor tester there, but I've never used that. But I don't even know how to switch it to the capacitor tester. Can anybody see? Yeah, I really don't know on that one. But I do use, I mean, I'm going to be using this meter in a minute to do the midpoint voltage. So I do use this meter. I'm not saying it's rubbish at all. It's just not as accurate as something like this. This has got more digits. You know, this is a lovely meter, but really, if you're going to be spending some big money to buy something like this, and some of the better flukes, but the flukes, if you wanted to test F it is farads, so you've got it in farads, not capacitance. You've got it in farads. If you want to be testing components, really you want to be getting a component tester. So that is probably your best bet for testing components as such. You've got one of these. This is the DCA 75, but you can get a cheaper one than this component tester. This one is very good for electrolytics, and this is very good for, well, it's LCR, so it's inductors, capacitors, and resistors. So really, those three things there will do you most things, and then you just need a basic multimeter. You don't need one with lots of extra test features on it, really. I mean, this thing will do frequency and all sorts, but I haven't used a lot of it. I do like some of the features on this meter, but this one is pretty good, and it was a quarter of the price, well, less than a quarter of the price of something like this. You know, this sort of thing, you're looking in the hundreds of pounds. This, you're looking probably, I think I probably paid about 50, 60 quid for that. So, Valdir, how you doing? I'm not too special, but get in there, mate. Get in there. I don't think it's overly inaccurate, Aaron. It's just not got there's a thing. If you watch Chris All the Gear No Idea, one of his videos, he talks about the resolution of these meters. I mean, this is more than enough for what we need. So if you can pick up one of these, fairly reasonable, then I'd be happy to say, yeah, it's a good meter. I use it quite a lot. You know, it'll measure up to 10 amps down here. It's got a capacitor tester on it, and it's got a transistor checker. It's got diode mode. It's not auto ranging. I don't think it's auto ranging. Is it auto ranging? No. So it's not auto ranging. So that's one thing that you're not going to get is auto ranging at this price point. You basically got to put the voltage you want to test in there. This you just put it on AC or DC and leave it, and it'll just measure it. This you've got to say what range you're expecting. So if you're testing, say AC at 240 volts, you'd have to have it on the 600 volt range, if you know what I mean. This one you just put it on AC and it would just measure it on its own. But I'd be quite interested actually to just see if this will measure a capacitor. Let's just grab a capacitor off the bench here. What have we got here? What is this? 8.2 microfarads at 50 volts. So that's 2 microfarads, that's 20 microfarads. So let's just see if this will measure this then. Just out of interest. We'll deviate again, aren't we? Huh. It works. It's 8.2, so yeah, I can quite expect it to be 8.5. That works. Have we got a transistor that we can just pop in there? Yeah, I've got loads of transistors. What do you want to pay? What are you on about, Graham? Thousands of transistors. If we just find a basic silicone one. I really don't know what the pinout of this one is, but we'll try it. So we want to be in the HFE position, which is where, here we go. NPN, PNP, no. So probably in the wrong slot. Let's try that. No. Oh, it did something then, didn't it? Yeah, I've never used that before, but I wonder if it's the other way around then. I gotta push them in harder, I don't know. Ah, maybe it's that. Yeah, okay. Oh, that sits in better. There we are. You got to really shove it in there. You got to shove it right in there to get a reading. But even something like this, I mean, this is a basic multimeter here, a unit T. But again, you've got your transistor tester there. Look, it doesn't do capacitance as such, but these are still. I think this is still a current model, UT30B. I've got one of these to send up to Sean as well. But I quite like that. It's a very quick sort of go-to meter, really. So I got loads of multimeters here. This is my old fluke meter that I had when I was a gas engineer back in the day. I've still got it. Can just about make out British Gas on there. So obviously Fluke branded these for British Gas back in the day, but I still use this one quite a lot. And it was, I can't remember, we did all have them calibrated back in the day, but it's well out of calibration now. So again, auto ranging meter, very good, but just a basic meter. That is all I use normally as a meter. I don't tend to use the functions of the other meters for testing, but certainly this one here, you get something like that. It does work. It is accurate. You know, I wouldn't say it's inaccurate. It just hasn't got very many digits on the display. So if you're looking for tuning up, say, a bit amateur radio kit or something that needs quite a high resolution, then you'd need a slightly better meter, and it's not auto ranging. So that's the only problem. Auto ranging is a very useful feature on a multimeter, so we need that meter. Right, there we go. Has that answered your questions, Aaron? Yeah. You remember my repair video on that Fluke? Yeah, it's still working today, Simap, and that video's had a lot of views as well. I hope I've helped a lot of people repair theirs over the years. You know, I learn from other people on YouTube as well. But yeah, that's still going strong, that one. And of course, I've got a bench meter as well, which I find very useful. If I'm looking for really accurate measurements, then I'll use the Hewlett Packard, the Agilent, same thing, meter.
I know what drawer I got that one out of now. Let's put that back later. Right, let's zoom out a bit. I saw a little bit of multimeter. Yeah, I've heard those EV block meters are quite good. I mean, aren't they made? They're made by a company, aren't they? I don't think Dave has actually made them. I think he had a say in the design of them, didn't he? I can't remember the name of them now. The company that makes them. Right, so let's get the bit up on the screen that we need to look at. Bryman, that's it. Yeah, you got it. Not the schematic, Graham, the instructions on the audio alignments. So it's a quiescent current with midpoint voltage set. And here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Where are we? Can we get one more click on the size? There we go. You silly thing. Oh, I had it exactly right then, but it decided that it didn't like me. I tried putting it full screen, it didn't like it. It did not like full screen. So here's what we're going to be doing. Here's what we are going to be doing to the poor little amplifier. He's not going to like it, but he's going to have it. He is going to have it. Get off. Get off. God, all these little pop-ups, they're really annoying. So we've got to short circuit the amplifier by sticking a link between pin 4 and 5. So we're basically shorting the input to ground. Then we've got to stick our milliamp meter between the test link terminals, having first cut the wire link. So basically you cut the wire link and stick your leads across the wire link. And then we've got to stick a voltmeter between the midpoint voltage test point and earth. Junction of R19, R20. Connect the batteries and switch on. So we need 4 milliamps quiescent current and a midpoint voltage of 8.85. RV4 is for the quiescent current. I think that's the big slider, isn't it? Yeah, that's that horrible slider. And RV3 is the one for the midpoint voltage. So that's the plan. So we need to short pins 4 and 5 then first. Thanks, Rob. You've got the Uni T181A. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Maplin used to make some nice stuff, Aaron. I think they are still available online, Maplin. They didn't disappear off the face of the planet. They've still got an online site. So you can still buy some of the Maplin stuff online. But when the shops closed, they had massive clear outs. I mean, I missed out on all of that stuff, really. Right, so that's the meters that I'm going to use. So I need to get some of this stuff done, but I need to go to the loo again. Ugh, the joys. So I'm going to shoot to the loo yet again. And then we'll get this amplifier done. We will get it done. At least Mrs. Cruncher's on the way home anyway. Long old journey up to Bridgewater. Actually, it's an hour and a half from here with a good run. Right. Let's crack on with it. Back in the room, right. I'll use the webcam today. I ought to really, it'll get upset else. It'll get upset that I haven't used it. Right, we need to get pins 4 and 5 bridged across. So basically that's the input and ground, which is convenient. It's just these 2 pins here. So I'm just going to whop those across with a little capacitor leg or something, whatever I can find. You could just put a clip lead on, but I find if you put a clip lead on and you're messing about trying to get the measurements and that, it'll drop off. So just as well stick a capacitor leg or something over it just to bridge it. It's always good practice to reflow these joints on this 5-pin plug as well. I'm just going to pop that out just to don't heat sink it so much. So yeah, that little Maplin meter is good. I mean, I don't really know any others as such that measure everything. Hopefully that's helped you out. It's a bit of a minefield, really. I can see why you asked the question, to be honest, because there's so many meters out there. It's a job to know which one to get. I mean, I loved the one that Mr. Carlson was using, which is why I went with the Keysight meter. He's got one with an OLED display, which is a lovely bit of kit. Does a bit more than mine does, but more than I need, really. So this one I got fairly reasonable. Put a cheeky offer on it and did a bit of negotiating to get that one, but it still cost me 3 figures.
Doesn't particularly look. Oh. That's connected, it just didn't look like it. You'll be careful with these because if you put too much solder in them, the solder flows through to the plugs and you can't physically get them. You literally can't physically get the plugs in because the solder bubbles up inside the sockets. So that gives me a ground point. Right, so that's that done. We need to cut the test link, which is this one here. You need to be in a little bit closer, like, really. So that's the link I put between pins 4 and 5, just there, like. You can just about see that. Little capacitor leg. So we need to cut the link here. So I'm going to put a new piece of wire in there afterwards. So cut that, just bend the legs out. So this is now our test point. So this is where we insert our ammeter. The one thing that I do find useful is to stick a wire on the junction of these two resistors, because this is the two R19 and R20. That is the place where we need to take our midpoint voltage. So it's always worth just soldering a wire on that. It does make it a hell of a lot easier. It needs to be an insulated wire as well, so it doesn't touch against anything. Have I got one in my little box there? Or there? What's that green one? Is that? No, not big enough. There's some wires down there falling out of my little box. Just grab one of those. So yeah, just got a little bit of wire there, look. So I'm going to just tag that onto there. So that'll be my midpoint voltage test point. Strip that back a little bit. Excuse me. Right, midpoint voltage. We've got our ground there. We've got our 2 points there. Okay. Let's set the meters up. Let's get rid of all this stuff. Get a bit of room. You need a lot of room on the bench for this. It's surprising how much space it takes up, because you've got to have 2 meters. We haven't got to have 2 meters. I suppose you could do them one at a time, but the problem is they are a little bit interactive. So you'll find you'll change one, you'll change the midpoint voltage, and the quiescent current will alter. So, you know, it tells you to do the quiescent current first, but as soon as you do the midpoint voltage, the quiescent current alters. I think if you do the midpoint voltage first, that stays fairly constant. Right. I need to find me probe tips now. I need to connect up. Cheers, Mike. That saved me keep going back and forth to my schematic there now. I have got the service manual here as well, anyway. But so I'm going to use this one to do the voltage. I'm going to use the Agilent to do the key site to do the quiescent current. I don't know whether it's just the way I do it. I don't know. Doesn't have to be that way around, I don't suppose. So I'm just going to use a couple clip hooks for this. Hook up wires. These are always worth picking up, these. I mean, these come in very useful for loads of stuff, so you always get a set of that.
Always get a set of those little clip wires, so I can just clip on some leads. So there's my first meter set up for the midpoint voltage. So I need to be on DC volts. We're expecting, what was the voltage? Mike's already put it there, 8.5. So 20 volt scale. So we're looking at that. Now this one, let's get these connected up. It's easy enough to do this once you've done a few. It is actually dead simple to do it, but the blue was that one. That one. Right, let's connect this meter up. Again, probably be easier with clip leads, but I've got a decent ground lead there. So I'll pop that one on. We're getting there. The joints on the end of the crop clip support and tend to fail. Yeah, I know. I resoldered all of those. You've got to resolder all of those straight out of the box. You can't rely on them at all. You've got to take them apart and resolder them. I've done all of these, Theo. They were very kindly given to me by Rob, I think it was. Rob Bond. Okay, so that's our negative, and I'm going to use another croc clip. So yeah, when you buy these, I mean these are brand new, but I have actually resoldered all of these inside because they do fail. They're really bad. I just pull one out. I'll show you. You need to basically pull. You need to pull the insulation back. You need to solder this bit in. So you can see I've soldered that. That's soldered, and very often you'll find these are just they're just wound in around this hole. I mean, they're really not great, but I have been in and redone all of these, so they're all good. I can't get that back on now. So that's my other one. Stick it in the milliamps hole. This meter's going on milliamps. They're bound to be the wrong way round, they always are. Right, let me just get you in shot a bit better, and then we'll stick fire in the hole and see what happens. Hopefully we're good to go. Move that one over there a little bit more. It's all connected. Right. Right, where's the amplifier? It's behind the meters. That's not really working, is it? Because you need to be. No, okay. No, let me get the amplifier in the overhead camera, and we'll stick that picture in picture. That's easier. So if we stick those two there, picture in picture, actually. No, not my guts. Main camera, picture in picture. If we do the overhead camera in the main shot. Okay, that sort of works, doesn't it? And zoom out a bit.
too much, Graham. Too much. How about little me? Little me? No, it's still too much. Okay. So let's squeeze them in a little bit there into the shot. So this is reading the quiescent current. This is the midpoint voltage. As Mike says, 8.85, 4. 8.85 and 4. That's how my chickens are flapping about. What's going on? Argy bargy. Cats. You tell them, Hyacinth. Yeah. What is it? She's not happy about something. She's not happy about something, Hyacinth. She tells it how it is. Can you hear her? That's Hyacinth, our oldest chicken, she is. She's the only one of our original chickens remaining. Anyway, you know, I digress, don't I? Let's stick some power on and let's see where we are. So let's make sure everything's good. Well, as you can see, we are a fair way out. We're a fair way out, aren't we? It is. She's named after Hyacinth Bouquet. She is. We name all of our chickens, but we haven't got a lot left now. We've only got 4 left. Lost one the other week. Real shame. So as we said, we should have 8.85 and 4 milliamps. So our actual ampage is quite a way down on the amplifier, isn't it? So this is the one that we need to alter to get our midpoint voltage up, is this little variable one here. So let's just get a screwdriver. Should be able to get in there, should I, without shorting anything? Probably not. Let's get this one done first. It does say about doing the quiescent current first, I think, doesn't it? But I tend to do the midpoint voltage first. I'm just trying to see if I can get to the page for the adjustments there. Ah, I've got it there. Look. Yeah, it says to do the... So let's have a go at the midpoint voltage. That's strange. That's not really responding very well, is it? So maybe we have got to mess with the quiescent current first, but well, basically got to be right down there to get even close. Which seems a bit strange. Let me just give that a bit of a squirt of a switch cleaner a minute. Give it a little bit of action. We'll give it a bit of deoxit fader lube. We'll be kind to it. Not a lot, just a little bit. You think it's T4? No, it can't be, Mike. The amp sounds lovely. I mean, things come off now. Let me just give that a bit of action then. That's my screwdriver now. Done with that. Right. Let's give that another wiggle around. Yeah, okay, bit strange. So let's leave it set roughly where it was then for a minute. Let's have a look at the quiescent current. Let's pull that up first because that might well change the midpoint voltage. So I've got to break the seal on this, which is a pain in the neck. One side is the put a little bit of, so it's this slider. I don't know if you can just about see it in behind, but this is where we've got to do our adjustment for the quiescent current. So just need to break the seal. It's got this red stuff on it, and the one side, this side is the wire wound resistor. The other side is just like a Paxilin board. So let's just loosen that paint. There's a lot of it. So it's not ever been adjusted, this one. We still don't want to be adjusted, so I'm going to need to get some pliers in there, or forceps, and just give it a wiggle. Give it a little wiggle. And where's my forceps? Like that. See if I can get it moving. This is a pain in the neck. There we go. Now we're moving. Now we're moving. Right. Okay, so it's now moving, which is great. Okay. Turn it back on again. Oh. Well, that was quite good, wasn't it? So we're around 4 milliamps. Look. We're still too high on our quiescent current. Can we tweak that? And that was timed out. Okay, we're right on the limit of that, so it makes me wonder whether we've got a resistor that's not quite right. So I'm right on the maximum of that. Okay, so 0.36, 3.6 that way. .3. Stop it. Ah, too far. I knew that. I knew I'd done that as soon as I moved it. Just using a plastic tool to move the slider along. Okay, 4.4. But this voltage is still too high. So we've got an issue with the resistor there, I think, somewhere. Well, it's certainly better than the 1 milliamps that it was. Christ, it was loud enough before. too far again. It's like a notch. Oh, steady, leave it. So this is where the paint's, so I think they had sealed it right, but it wasn't far off, but certainly it wasn't making good contact there. Maybe it just got a bit corroded. That ain't right. Mike is saying T4. Danish, thank you very much. And anonymous, thank you. Let's get rid of... No, let's stick me up there. Or shall I go in number 4? I'll go in number 4, I think. I feel like going in number 4. I'll go down the bottom here. I'm not blocking anything then. So thank you, anonymous and Danish native. Much appreciated. Are those 10 amp rated clips that Simon Spiers recently demonstrated? I don't expect they're 10 amp. They're probably 1 amp. They're not even 1 amp, I don't expect. Benji's in the hen house. You get me some beers from Ireland, Rob. When you reply to stream elements, are you replying to a bot? Yes, you are, Danish. Stream elements is like an automated moderator, really, I suppose, but it is like an assistant. You often get invaded by a friend. I'm not even going there, Harvey. Faulty bias resistor. There is a resistor, because that is at maximum. I'll just pop it off. We should be able to get a bit better adjustment. If you look at that variable resistor there, you can't quite see that, can you? But yeah, if I zoom you in a bit closer, you'll see it. So if you look at the variable resistor there at the back, it's a maximum adjustment. So I stick a screwdriver in there, you'll see what I mean. So, you know, that's one way and that's the other. It's actually it's end stop in there. So something somewhere is out of spec in relationship to that. So it could be this resistor here is in line with that. It could be that one. Is that on the same part? Yeah, that's on the same track. So that's definitely suspect. That resistor there. Have we got one on the other leg? No, that's empty, and that's connected across there. And we've got these two resistors here. This one and this one also connected in that same circuit. So we've got 3 resistors there that could potentially be bad, and they're notorious for going high, these. So let's get some of these wires just taken off a minute, and we'll investigate further. Get some of these cameras off a minute. Let's turn the meters off. There we go. Right, back in the room. We have an issue with a resistor somewhere. I'm going to check those 3 out first. So let's do this one here. Let's get the desoldering tool on. Harvey Elvis was in last week, Theo. Reply to a bot. It's my bot. It's my bot, Danish, so you're okay. Gerard, how are you doing, mate? Gerard thinks T4 is worth checking. Is that a balance for the output side? No alcohol for you, Aaron. Old Jamaican non-alcoholic ginger beer. It's nice stuff, though. Just change T4. That's the plan, is it? Now T4 is it this one, I believe, isn't it? Let's have a look at the schematic. I think that's the best bet. Let's get back into the schematic. We love a good schematic. Schematic. What the hell? I think it's Spitfire's got my tongue. Right. Okay. Where's our RV3 then? RV2? RV4? Where's RV3? Oh, there he is. Yeah, you say change TR4, Mike, but TR4 is over here, so that would, if that was an issue, because RV3, the one that adjusts the midpoint voltage, that's the positive rail going through resistor. We've got this one here, so if this one was messed up, and this one, then that would mess up the adjustment of this. I mean, it's almost there. It's like 0.5 out. So I can't see TR4 being that much of an issue, but I don't know. It may well be. I just want to check these resistors first, if I can. RV3. So we've got R12. R10 shouldn't affect it, but R12 would. Possibly R13 and R14. But according to this, R15 and R10 are across it. R15, I suppose, yeah, R15 is in a way around it. Where's R10 then? R8, R9, R11. It's typical, isn't it? When you're looking for a resistor, you've every one but. You think they'd be in order, but they're actually not. So we've got C10, R12, R13, R14, R8, R9, R11. Where's R10, for God's sake? Where's R10? I'm looking right at it, I suppose, aren't I? You're all shouting at the screen now. I bet if I can see it. Oh, of course, R10's up here on the positive rail, isn't it? So I don't think that would drag the voltage down, because this is before that. If that's pin 3, if that's a DC in, then R10 won't be an issue. It's got to be R12, if anything, I would have thought. Which is that one in front of it. So I'm going to go with that one. I'm going to pull that little monkey out and see what happens. Secret engineer. Wow, I didn't like that. Did not like that solder. Doesn't like that. So my sucker's got bunged up. Jeff, how you doing, mate? Some people complain about anything. Harvey complain? No, never, surely. Oh hell, this is jammed right up, this one. This is jammed up. Oh, I got him. Right, this is my suspect. This is the one. So what should this be? Red, red, orange, anyone? Red, red, orange, not red, red wine. Red, red, orange. All right, okay, Mike. Yeah, you could well be right. We're just going through the motions. Let's check some of the obvious stuff. $22K. See, it says 8.2K on the schematic. That's bizarre, isn't it? RP30, RP18, RP31. Yeah, it says 8.2K on the schematic. How'd you work that then? Unless someone's... No one would have put that one in, would they? It's definitely... Red is 2, isn't it? 2. Yeah, 22K. But, as you can see there, R2 is saying 8.2K. R12, sorry, 8.2K. R13 is 22K. Or have they cocked the schematic up again? Yeah, makes you wonder, doesn't it? Have we got a boo-boo on the schematic? I'm just checking my paper one here just to see if it's any different. Just in case, you never know, might be an amendment or something. Might be an amendment. Okay, have we got an amendment on there saying something about R12 then? No, and mine says 8.2K as well. So what is all that about? I'm going to need to grab another one and have a look, aren't I? Let me grab another. Have I got another one of these boards? Let me just see if I can grab another one of these boards a minute, just to double check that, because that seems a bit strange. Revision Z. Yeah, you're with me, Anthony, but yeah, that's a bit strange, isn't it? I have got another board here. Yeah, so that one's the same. Red, red, orange. R12. They really do like to mess you back, don't they, with their schematics? Ow, God, just got my knee on the corner of my mini disc player. Ow. Right, anyway, let's see what this one measures then. After all that messing about, let's just see what we got. We'll use this one, shall we? We'll use the old Mapling one. On DC ohms 20k. So this should be 22k. It's not reading 22k, let's go down a scale. See, this is where you need an auto ranging meter really, because that's okay, but obviously it ain't working. So let's go back to this one. Change a probe, so inter-resistance. Don't use the probes from the other meter, Graham, you fool. He's high, 28k. So he's gone up 6k. Okay. Okay, K. That might be enough. So if I drop that back down to 22k, we might be in business. Let's find a 22k. Dig deep again. Where's me K's? That's not me K's, there's me K's in here. Oh. Only got one 22k in there. 13k. Yeah, it'd be strange to have the wrong resistor used in two amps. And I've got a 22k there, but I've only got one 22k for some reason. I always thought I had every value of resistor ever made, but I've always, every time I do these things, I find that there's one I haven't got. Always one that you haven't got in there. .22 meg, I don't really want to put one of those in. 30k. Ohms. 2k. 150. No, there's nothing there. I think that's Mrs. Cruncher own. And here, unless it's next door. What's in this one? I have got a 22k, but then saying that it's only a quarter watt in here anyway, I expect. It's only a quarter watt though. But I think that's probably a quarter watt anyway. Can't believe I haven't got any more 22Ks, you know. I bet I've got a stash of them somewhere. Let me get my old stock out. I've got the 22K. Let's have a look what we've got in there. Ah, okay. Yeah, that looks a bit more realistic. Little bit more in fetching. Probably still way out of spec though, I spec. Way out of spec, I spec. All this lot off the table. Just see what these measure a minute. So you bet your life they won't be any good. So the big chunky one, 21.6, and the little baby 21.8. The thing is, will the biggie go in? Will he go in? No, he might be a bit big, that one. So it's going to have to be the small one. It's going to have to be the quarter water. The other one's just literally is too big. Right, I'm going to solder that one in and see how we get on. See how we get on. Will that make a difference or not? Or do we need to investigate further and go down the route of Mike's T4? Which sounds a bit expensive to me, Mike. An OC81. We don't want to be putting them in. Unless we've absolutely got to. Let me drink some more beer while I think about that. Scary, scary thoughts. Anyway, cheers everybody.
Sewing Mrs. Cruncher ain't got a sewing box. Bill, how you doing, Bill? Afternoon to you, mate. Right, let's try it. We've now got a diddy little quarter watt in behind. But saying that, these old ones here are quarter watt. They're a lot bigger than the modern quarter watt resistors, but yeah, they are quarter watt. Let's hook it all up again. Let's turn that noise off. Stick that in the debits. I mean, to be fair, with these type of resistors, all of these would be out of spec. I suspect that they would all be sort of dodgy-ish, but unless they mess with the circuit, then they're okay to leave. But you do sometimes find that you're not getting the right measurements, etc., etc., and you have got to start changing them. But tis a last resort. Right, let's hook back up again then. Let's begin again. Right, I've got to remember what I had connected to where now. That was me positive, I think, wasn't it? For me midpoint. Cleaning and organising the radio room. Thanks, Aaron. Let's get set back up again then. Yeah, there's quite a few amplifier boards that Hacker have got. I suppose they just, one thing has to be cost cutting. You know, they've obviously cut the cost of stuff. Now, I seem to have lost a wire here somewhere along the lines, probably on the floor. Yes, it is. That's a surprise. That's me ground. And I'll get this right in a minute. I'm going to set this one back up for quiescent current. So I used to go in the milliamp hole. Keep forgetting to change the leads over. That's just one thing with this meter. You've got to change the leads over all the time. Well, you do find that with a lot of them actually. This one you've got to stick it in the 10 amp. But I think it will go lower ampage in that. Yeah, go to 200 milliamps in that. Right, ready to go again. Let's connect the speakers up. Right, on. Right, so we're looking for 8.5 and 4.
It's actually higher now. So I've sorted that problem resistor out and it's actually gone higher. This one's gone a bit higher as well. Yeah, I put some isopropyl on this one. Oh, I keep touching that blooming bit, don't I? Before it's a life at me. Yeah, I can get 4 on it, Derek. It's just a bit fiddly, that's all. They're a pain in the neck. You did one in the week, did you? So I can get it pretty much to 4 with a bit of wiggly. But yeah, you're right, you could probably do with a bit of switch cleaner. It's thereabouts, isn't it? But this is still too high, even at the minimum. I mean, I don't want to turn it the other way because it will take out a transistor, but it's just climbing that way. And then we're going down to 10 now, which is too much. So unless we've got a broken resistor, we could well be looking at that transistor. Drawing 30 milliamps. It's strange, isn't it? Because you wouldn't think there was any issue. If I hadn't checked this, we wouldn't be here. Yeah. So yeah, we're nearly a volt too high. So let's go back and have a quick look at the schematic. Let's pop that off for a minute. Here's RV3. So it's saying 100 microfarads for C9. Well, I've changed C9 for the nearest equivalent I had. Which one was C9? C10, C11, C9. Okay, let's see that one now. But I think it's an 80, I think. It's an 80 in the circuit. So obviously this has changed. I mean, we've got some revisions on here, look, on the little notes. R6 was 5.6K, C1 was something farad. C7 polarity was reversed. Socket pin numbers corrected. Inset detail for polarity of C1 reversed. So what's the inset detail? Let's just make sure we haven't made it cock up. It's a C15 500. Yeah, that makes no difference. TR4 OC81D. That comes through R15. Let's just check R13 as well. I think that would be worth checking because that is also on, because this is the adjustment here, the RV3. This is the one that we're doing. So first of all, it would be worth checking to see is 10K. We haven't got a break in the track or something silly, because that's possible. So you need to make sure it's 10K, ignoring the well, no, that is 10K. Yeah, 10K across the track. Worth checking R13 and R14 as well, really, because that's the path to ground. R13 and 14. I mean, if TR4 wasn't working, but then Mike is saying that he changed that and it brought his midpoint voltage up or down, Mike? I need to get it down, don't I? So we've done this one. R13 and R14. Could it be something wrong with TR3 drawing too much current? I don't know. R13, R14 is my next place to go, I think. Yeah, Secret Engineers saying R12, R14, R15, R16. Cheers, Rich. This is the problem with these boards, that they are all over the shop, the resistors. R13 and R14 I'm going to try first. And see how we get on. So let me just disconnect everything again. It's a pain having to disconnect and reconnect everything, but let's go through some of these resistors in this circuit and have a look. So they're clearly out of spec compared to that one I've just found. R14's there. R13's there. What's R13 and R14? I said one. I'm going to try those two first. Are you over the input current? Are you over the input current? I've got the power supply current limited, but to 50 milliamps. Anthony says plenty of headroom there. What's your favourite tipple? I like whiskey, Aaron. Whiskey is my favourite, probably, drink. As far as a spirit is, followed closely by rum, spiced rum. If it's beer, then probably it's going to be Layer Cake at the moment by, I keep forgetting the name, Brewdog. Brewdog Layer Cake is my favourite one at the moment. Closely followed by McEwen's Champion. So many different ones though, isn't there? I mean, depends how the mood takes you, really. I do like a bit of the Bishop's Finger, I must admit. There's loads I like. If you watch this channel regular enough, you'll soon see lots of different beers on the go, especially Christmas. Go a bit mental at Christmas. Right, I'm going to get R13 and R14 out. I'm just going to double check. Yeah, I'm going to have AC128. It's OC18. This is the problem, like the schematics are all over the shop, because I mean TR4 is what you're talking about. It's an OC81D according to the schematic. I would have thought if there was going to be a problem, it would be TR3, which is an AC127. If I go back to the screen again, look. So here's TR4, which is obviously the driver transistor. This must be the pre-driver, TR3, which is an AC127, because that is connected into that circuit. If that was drawing too much current, then that would mess this up. So TR3 would be a good choice, but TR4 is an OC81D, and they are a bit spicy to buy. They're a ridiculous price to buy. Unless you're getting TR3 and TR4 mixed up, Mike, or if these are in the wrong order, because I can see an AC127 here, I can see an OC81, but it's not an 81D, which is strange. It's just an OC81 in this circuit, unless that's TR6, but TR5 and 6 are definitely the output stage, aren't they? And they're not actually screen printed on the board, the transistors. Not on that board anyway. I wonder if they are on this other board. No. So, do you mean TR3, the AC127, Mike? Are you with me, Mike? Because you can't really... Can you put an AC128 instead of an OC81D? I didn't think you could. I might have the odd OC81D, but as I say, it's the last resort of that. I need to check these other resistors first, really. But first of all, I need to go down and say hello to Mrs. Cruncher that's just got home. So I'm just going to heat my desoldering station up, and then we're going to crack on and get these resistors done. If I leave that there propped up, is it going to prop up? Yeah, there we go. Resistor time. So you're saying an AC128 instead of the OC81D, Mike? Is that what you're saying? There's a delay with this, unfortunately, which is what causes the fun and games. Right. I'll be back in a sec. I'm just going down to see Mrs. Cruncher. Make sure she's got back okay and she's had a good day. And granddaughter's okay. Well, that sort of thing. I'll be back. Right, there we are. That's Mrs. Cruncher. She had a good day by the sound of it. Granddaughter was lovely and sent me some stickers. I got some stickers. Excuse me. Coughing again. Right, how are we doing? Let me just catch up then. Isn't that an AC128 that's already on the board as T4? Mike's saying he's using an AC128 instead of an OC81D. Just managed to read it. See, it's an OC81, yeah. Gerard's saying that AC128 could be used. Later ones use an AC128 for T4. But did they alter the biasing because they used a different transistor mic? I have got some OC81s. I've got some OC81Ds. I've got 2 OC81s. Look. Oh. Some OC81Ds, I've got some OC71s. See, I have got some OC81s, so it's not a problem fitting an OC81 if I need one. What did you find when you took it out though, Mike? Did you take it out and test it and find it was low gain? I'm going to do R14 and R13. I'm going to do R13 first. We'll do them in order. Doug, how you doing, mate? Right, let's check this one first, and it's pointless looking at the schematic because obviously there's different revisions and all the rest of it. It's highly likely to not even be close. So let's get my little chart out and see who can be the first to guess this one. If you look at the schematic, you know it, but R13 is yellow, purple, orange. Yellow, purple, orange. I'm going to use my little ready reckoner that Doug very kindly gave. I think Doug gave me this one, didn't he? Doug really looks after me. Okay, so I now know what it is. Yeah, 47k. You are right. So let's see. See what it reads. Is that big enough in screen? Christ. I'm gonna take all my leads off again. Swap me thingy bobbies over. Swap me thingies over to the right position. Right, okay, so we're looking for 47k. Is this resistor bingo? Hell, 58.6k. That one's out. Christ. Right, have we got a 47k? That's a fairly standard size. Should have plenty of those. It's going to be in the one that's right at the blimmin' bottom though, isn't it? Ugh. $15k. I need to really sort these transistors out, resistors out properly. See, it says 47k there, but so I've got some here somewhere. 47k, there we go. Yeah, I'm starting to cough a bit now, so we won't prolong it too much longer. Let's see if we can get this finished though. At 46.7, that's pretty close, isn't it? So that's going to go in there, R13. Because don't forget, we're not talking a mile out here. We're fairly close to what it should be. Just get that one soldered in a minute. Let's get them in. Resistor bingo could be a new thing. That's good. Right, the next one was R14, which is in there. Let's take that one out. So R14 is brown, green, black. Brown, green, black. Sounds like 10 green balls, doesn't it? Brown, green, black. Brown, green, black. 15, yeah, you got it, Derek. How bad is the pot? I haven't measured the pot yet. Good call though, Anthony. Thanks for the heads up. So should be 15 ohms, that one. So what do we think this one's going to be? Is it going to? It might be 15 ohms. More like 20, 25 ohms, I bet. Let's have a look. That's not bad. 16.5. Yeah, not bad. Oh, hang on. Maybe I didn't have a good connection. Let's try that. Yeah, more like just under 17, I suppose. Just trying to get a decent connection. It's all over the shop, that one. $16.5. So where we're at, we're going to stick another 15 ohm in. Let's try this one, just see what a new one looks like. There's no point sticking an old carbon one back in once you took it out of circuit, to be fair. That's a bit better, isn't it? I think that one's a bit closer. So stick that one in. That one wasn't that far out, I don't think. But the first one was a fair way out. Mrs. Cruncher's very, very pleased with her little gift, so that's good. She deserves it. She deserves it putting up with me, doesn't she? Okay, so is there any others we should test before we stick this back on? Because this will be the last test for today. The last test. Now, Rich did mention a few more. I've done a couple of the ones that Rich mentioned. Rich is saying 12, 15 and 16. Let me just have a look, see where they are then. 12, 15 and 16. So 12 I've done. 15, yeah, I can see that, and 16. So R15 and R16 are the only two. Let's do those two as well then. R15 and R16. See R16, where's R15? R15. R15 was one of the ones that was on my hit list actually, so let's try that one. Let's get that one out. What is this one? I know what it should be. It's orange brown. So no, that's not the same as a schematic again, I don't think. Orange brown is not that. Yeah, orange brown is not the same as the schematic. Schematic's saying 150 ohms. It's not on the revision list. Strange, and it's difficult when you're trying to fix something and you've got to go with schematic. Yeah, it's almost like it needs rewriting the schematic just for this particular board. Oh well. So yeah, I take it you guess it's 330 ohms supposed to be. It's supposed to be 330 ohms, I believe. Well, that's what's in circuit anyway, it's R15. If you look at the schematic, R15 is shown as 150 ohms. So, who knows? Who knows? Just catch up. Yeah, we're saying 330. I know, Mike. I know what you're saying. I've got to go the resistor route to start with. So 330. Let's have a look, see what it measures. $370. Yeah, okay. 370. We don't want you. We want a 330. We don't like you. We don't like you, Mr. 317. Let's see what a brand new carbon resistor measures. $337. Better. I wasn't banking on doing loads of resistors, but it does happen from time to time. You've got to mess with the resistors and do them because they go very high. I've got to check the trimmer as well, don't forget. Let's just see if we can do that in circuit. Where are we? It's got to be those two there, isn't it? So it should be, according to the schematic, it should be 10K. So let's go across it. Yeah, it should measure because one leg is open, so we should get 10K. Huh? Let's measure it in the right place, Graham. Let's try that again. See, that's low. That's only reading 7K. And there's nothing dragging that down because one leg is open. So that pot is knackered as well. That is only a 7K pot, not a 10K pot, so there's no wonder I can't get the full, what's his name on it? Let me have a look. Have I got any? I ain't got any 10K pots. Oh, I see I have. Oh, look at that. 10K trimmer. He's going in. Okay, it's not authentic, but it'll do. What do you know? Right, let's check the other resistor, which was R16. Let's get that one out. Orange, orange, red. Orange, orange, red. Orange, orange, red. Come on down. Oh, does it read 10K? Understand, Rich? Let's have a look. Yeah, it does actually say on the pot 10K. Let. So it does actually say 10K. And if I go straight across it, you can just about, can you see that? If you can, if I get rid of me. It's a little bit out of focus, it's not in the same field, but you should better just about see. It's not, I know that's not in focus, but this is. Yeah. It's 3K out of that pot, according to that. Anyway. Orange, orange, red. Hi there, Station Tiefberg. How are you? It's Peter, is it? Hi, Peter. $3.3K, innit? Yeah, 3.3K. Yeah, we'll take it out and check it. Let's try the 3.3K then and see what that one's reading. Are you feeling lucky? You feeling lucky, Mr. Resistor? Oh, it's nearly 4K, look. So yeah, that one's out as well. They're all out. They're all out. Have I got any 3.3Ks? Excuse me. Only 3.3Ks. Just caught that in time. I got 3K. God. So let me have a search around for 3.3, 330. What have I made? 2.4K, 2.5. It's going to be everything but, isn't it? Okay, 2, 3 man. Mike! Checks T4 it read okay, but when fitted in you, when it worked, I think it was leaky between the junctions. Thank you, Mike. I haven't got me picture in picture on, have I? Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I did wonder whether you'd had a bad reading on it, but excuse me, I'm coughing. It's time for another beer, I think that's the problem. Why haven't I got a 3.3K then? I got 3.30, but no 3.3K. It's not a million miles out, that one, but definitely gone high. Anything in there? 3.3K in the archive. Ooh, we got some oldies here. Let's have a look here then, see what we've got. This is new old stock here. 3.3K. Cheers, Mike. So even new old stock is 3.5K. What's this one here? This one looks like a more modern one. That's better, 3.3K. So that one can go in. That's a metal film rather than a carbon film. You got plenty of 3K3. I don't know, some values I just haven't got, Mike. I'm just going to have to go through and have a bit of a restock, aren't I? I mean, I might have. I've got drawers of miscellaneous ones here, you know, that don't really go anywhere else. 150 ohms, 1 ohm, 56 ohms. Lots of random ones, Mike, but nothing that I ever need really over this side. Some real obscure ones over here. 5.6 ohms. Yeah. So I'm going to stick this one here in. I'm going to change that pot. I'm going to pull the pot and check the value of it to start with. Basically, I don't need to connect the. I only need the wiper on one end. I don't need all 3 connections for this board. So it's just using a variable resistor. It's not a potentiometer as such. Just soldering in the next resistor. Yeah, gone over a little bit, but then, you know. Right. Let's pull this 10K potentially bad pot and see what's going on. Is it really that bad? Because if you're not using both ends, does it really matter? But then I suppose it is, because you wouldn't get the maximum range out of it, would you? They would have bent one tab, wouldn't they? These are notoriously bad, these old skeleton pots anyway. Come on, you know you want to come out. There we are. Right, let's try them out of circuit then. Should make no difference because there's only two legs connected and I went across the... Oh, would you believe that? It's reading 10K lit in circuit. Would you believe that? Out of circuit? It's actually reading 10K lit. Would you believe that? So what's dragging it down in circuit then? I mean... Is it not going to 0 though, perhaps? See, if I go between the wiper and there, 10K. Bearing in mind there's only those 2 legs connected. Let me just have a think here a minute. Let's get the thinking head on. So that's 10K. So if I turn it the other way round, should go somewhere near 0, shouldn't it? Okay, so it goes from 60 ohms to 10K, so it is working. So full chat, maximum resistance, which is where it needs to be to get the voltage down, it is correct. So there's no issue with that. Okay, answered that one, didn't it? So let's get it back in and give it a final test. If that fails, we'll see you next week for the final installment of the amplifier. What a nightmare, isn't it? You'll be dreaming about this, won't you? It's T4. T4 was the culprit. Change T4 or die. Hashtag no. What's that, Theo? Do you think it's going to work now I've done those resistors? It's a fraction out. It's not a massive amount out. It's usable as it is. But we just can't take it. We can't have it like that. It needs to be adjustable. Certainly got some fallout here, haven't we? Right, it's hookup time. Let me clear the bench. Move a clear out. Shame, I was looking forward to fit my 10k pot in there. Excuse me. So we changed four resistors that round. Just changed T4 for a laugh. Wants me to change T4. T4 or not T4. We will do T4, Mike, if this doesn't work. How's about that? Leave it all hooked up. We'll suck out T4 and chuck another OC81 in. Just in case. Just for you, because you are a good chap. So it's a deal, Mike. If this doesn't do it, we'll do T4 and then I've got to call it a day because Mrs. Cruncher's been out all day, so I wouldn't mind spending a bit of time with her. And I need to get this cough sorted because I'm starting to cough again because I've been speaking for too long. Right, milliamps. Volts. Now, one connected to that. One connected to that. Okay, where's my probe gone? There we are. So what do you think, people? Has this done it? Have we cured it? Because we did have a couple resistors that were a fair way out there. Right. Thank you, Rob. Thank you very much, mate. So let's just get those in shot. Anthony, nope. God, have some faith, Anthony. You don't have faith with in-circuit testing regardless. Nothing will change your mind. You don't have faith in in-circuit chart? Well, okay, Danish. I'm not too bad, station. But, still a bit ropey, to be fair. Okay, so we're saying no. we're gonna have to change it, aren't we? Mike's gonna have to have his way. Let's pop it on them. Hang on, we've got 7 milliamps. We've got some change now. That's way too high. We need to get that down pretty sharpish. Where's me thingy? Let's just pop that back off a second. We got a difference here for sure. Something's happened here. So let's just pop that down that way a little bit. Let's try that again. This is climbing, which is very strange. Why is that climbing? Why is that climbing? So that's see, that ain't making great contact now. Typical, isn't it? Do not want to break the contacts on that. Yeah, something's not right there. So I'm getting up to, so we're up to our 4 milliamps. This is rising, but that crept up gradually. Normally it's like comes on straight away, which is very strange. Okay. The final countdown then. Let's chuck another OC81 in. Should we take one out of the other amp? We're just doing an experiment. Where is my other amp? Let's take this one out. So it looks like the collector's got the dot. Which it could be T4. Nah, it's not going to be T4. Changing the bias current affects the midpoint voltage. Right, I'm doing it, Mike. I'm going to do it. I'm going to pop the transistor out of this one, and we're going to try it in the other one. Excuse me. Right, is that right? Probably not. I'm just pinching one out of another amp here at the moment, Mike. I saw. I've got a spare amp on one of these. Oh, it's just my throat is going now. I'm just popping one out of this other amp board. I'm pretty sure this one works, but then saying that this one that we're looking at works, it's just for some reason this midpoint voltage won't quite come down. It's not far off. It ain't far off, but okay. These are very finicky transistors, so it's worth testing this one first. So this is the tool for it, or you can buy those Chinese testers. Seem to work quite well actually. I've been quite impressed with the demos I've seen on those. Okay, so that's fine. It's got a low gain, 66, but these are low gain anyway. 0.22 milliamps leakage. That's an okay transistor. Let's pull this one. I'll take some of the clips off here to get at this one. Come on. Come at you, monkey. Come on. No, you want to. And the last leg. It's always the one that doesn't want to come out. Okay, and we've got the last one in. So that previous OC81 was a gain of 66 and 0.22 leakage. Why don't you want to come out, you daft thing? Thanks, Aaron. It will measure okay, but it's still faulty. She's out. Right, let's try it. You must have taken a lot of experimenting to find that out, Mike, really, because that must have been a difficult fault to get to grips with. So it's good in a way that we've got your knowledge of having that same problem with one of these before. I've had the same problem with these being low gain, but gain of 64. That's almost an identical transistor, Mike, to the one that I've just taken out of the other one. So I'm not convinced, but should we try a new one? Shall we try a new one? What have I got here? It's £100 this transistor, but we'll try it. Just really want to look at what the gain of a new one is. $63, brand new. Well, new old stock, and higher leakage as well, that one. Bizarre. Okay, well, there's no point putting that one in. Now I've got to try and remember which one was which. Okay, that was the one I've just took out, I think. Yeah. Let's stick this one in this amp then and see what happens. Let's clear the clear the solder out the ferrules. It's not very clear still. Where's the middle one that's not clear? Just popping it in. You really don't want to go in that one. You don't want to go in there, Mike. Does not want to go in there. Right, he's in. So I've got the transistor from the other radio in here now. And this is the final go. This is the final thing. Because otherwise it's just going to need to be gone right the way through and fault find everything. Trouble is, Hacker don't give you much information as far as voltages and that are concerned on these radios, which is a bit strange. I think it does actually give some transistor voltages, I think, but it's not actually on the schematic. You've got to search around the manual for it. Right, okay. Has that made any difference, or won't it work at all now? What do you think? We're all connected up. Everything's connected. Here we go then. Fire in the hole. Exactly the same. Same. It's the same. So I've stuck a different transistor in and I'm getting the same readings. Yeah, because that's definitely the one I took out of this one. Yeah. There we are. Our quiescent current's gone a bit skew with. Yeah. In fact, that's slightly worse, but I still think I'm gonna have to go through the resistors on this. I think. Just look at the biasing. I need to maybe even look at T3. Could be that drawing too much. I don't know. I'm not going too far again now. Let's knock that back a bit. We've got to 6 milliamps. We don't want that. Yeah, hasn't done it. Should have used an AC one. Yeah, I think you're right, Derek. Yeah, no worries, Station Tyveberg. Yeah, just no swearing on this channel. That's all. Don't worry, mate. If you haven't been here before, you wouldn't have known that. So no worries. But YouTube will pull up any foul language anyway and flag it up for moderation. So thanks to the moderators for sorting that out. Thanks, Rich. 15.6. Most of them are out. Yeah, should have used an AF 1.7. Should have used a shotgun, maybe. So yeah, unfortunately, we still can't. I mean, it's working. It works. It was working before we even checked those things, but in fact, it was working very well. But it ain't right, is it? It just ain't right, people. You have to buy a pair of Python boots. Whoa, sounds good, Danish. I think we all ought to have Python boots. Bob, how you know, mate? Could C9 be at fault? It's unlikely that which one was C9? C10, C9. No, I very much doubt that. But it's worth a check, Bob. To be fair, so good shout. Yeah, no worries, sign up. So it's always fun, isn't it? You know, end of the day, if something's not working, it's better than just doing the, you know, quick spruce up, change your caps. It's working, no problem. Does not meet Cruncher operation specifications. It doesn't. It may only be half a volt out, but you know, normally when you do the quiescent current on those, you know, you can see. I don't know, you can't see it, but on this one here, I mean, it's less than halfway that, you can't see it on that camera anyway, because I've got the focus shut off, but it's less than halfway across. With this one's full tilt, you know, that's about a third of the way. That one's all the way. So there's definitely something up in there. You know, there's definitely something up on that circuit that's not allowing us to adjust that midpoint voltage. I can get the quiescent current, I can get it almost there, but something is wrong there. Something is wrong. SD1 may be leaky. SD1 is that. Oh, and there's two diodes in this, isn't there?
Yeah, you could be right, but that's right up in the final stage. It could be. I've never had a problem with one of those, Derek, but it could well be. Yeah, we can have a look at the other board. I don't want to swap. I want to find out what's wrong with this, but certainly we could look at the other board and check the voltages. Beyond the Call of Duty is, Mike. Yeah, it is. But, you know, we've got to get it right, Mike. You know that. That's all for today, people. Thank you very much for the super chats and the PayPal tips, and also again to my Patreons, and the credits will be coming up. If you would consider subscribing on Patreon. I've been poorly, so I haven't been able to put a lot on there recently, but I've got so much coming up. It'll be well worth subscribing on Patreon. So there you are, and I'll catch you next Sunday, if not before. So bye for now.